Hello and welcome to Programming for Games, Things You Should Know, a BAFTA crew panel at EGX 2020. I'm going to start by introducing the panelists and myself, starting with Husban Siddiqui, who's founder of Huscrafts, independent game developer, currently working on something with the working title of Epic Arcade Spaceflight Combat. We have Ashley Shaw, who's senior technical developer at Jagex and has been at Jagex for almost 9 years, creating and prototyping content and updating some of the older contents on the ever-popular RuneScape. And I'm Pavel Mihailovic. I'm co-founder and director at Flavorworks. We released a game called Erica last year, and we make primarily deeply interactive live-action games. So as a means to kind of get into it, I think I'd like to ask first how you got started programming for games. Maybe starting with you, Husban.
Yeah, so I guess where the thing is, I actually came from my background is actually in electronic engineering, and I mainly worked in software specifically for embedded applications as well as virtual reality enterprise type projects. So I kind of found my way into games through that side of things, as in when I was developing projects for virtual reality, and that kind of started my interest in actually how you can create, essentially creating experiences that can be interactive, and then that just marries with my creative drive, essentially combining art and technology. And so that's kind of how I found my way into games, is essentially is through those two routes, was one creative drive and then a technical drive. And that was pretty much it.
Ernest and Ashley?
Yeah, so I've had a love of games since I was quite young. It's always that, and tech was very much my focus. So I did all the usual kind of very IT spec college courses, went and did a very specific games programming degree at university, and then kind of stumbled through a few jobs, sort of junior programming role at a very small company. Then I did a bit of QA for a while, again, still in games. And then I found my way into Jagex and got myself onto one of the technical roles, and I've just kind of been programming since, really. But yeah, that's pretty much it, really. Just kind of just that love of basically playing around, watching how the games feel, play, and just kind of wanting to prove that I can do that, basically, and just follow the dream that I had as a young kid.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I think we do have like a bit of a spectrum. I guess my path like different as well. So I started programming games when I was, when I was maybe like 15 or 16, and eventually when I was 18, found my way to an internship at 22 Cans down in Guildford with Peter Molyneux. So then kind of just started kind of straight from there. So yeah, I guess there are like many different ways that people get into this line of work, which is interesting. And I think that one of the things that I'd like to discuss is there's obviously the part of this job that is the actual programming of like sitting down and writing code, but there's the entire part of the job that is around all of this, and sometimes you'll hear described, usually in LinkedIn articles, as the soft skills versus the hard skills. And I'd like to discuss a little bit about how you found that the parts of the job that aren't programming, and how you've managed that, and how important you think that is. Perhaps starting with you, Ashley, because you're in a slightly bigger organization than me
Yeah.
and Usman.
Yeah. Most of my sort of stuff is generally make sure you can communicate, but you need to make sure that who you're talking to may not necessarily be technical. So, for instance, maybe talking to like a production manager or something for the code you're trying to write. They may know nothing about the way you're coding it up. They don't care about the way you're coding it up, but you need to tell them like what you plan to do, how long it's going to take you to do it, and that sort of stuff, really. Like you kind of need to bear those things in mind. So just kind of making sure that you can not necessarily dumb down what you're doing, but making sure that you can spell it out in a way that everyone kind of can understand it. That's probably the best way of doing it, of sort of probably describing that sort of stuff, really. Also, make sure you've got a good spell checker on your computer. That's always a good one. I went into that trouble a lot.
Yeah, I'm definitely writing more emails than I thought I would have when I first started down this path. And Husband, you're more of an independent game developer, so your role is probably even perhaps a bit wider in terms of like who you have to communicate with.
Yeah, no, so no, that's a really great point, and Ashley touched on it so well, because I think for games it's a bit of a misnomer just thinking it's about making the game. There are a lot of wider skills required in order to kind of bring that kind of thing to life. And especially when you have to communicate. So for context on this project, it's not just me. I work with an artist, and I work with other individuals as well. It's still small, but even having to communicate, I mean, it might be cliched, but communication is such an essential skill, and understanding how each creator has a mindset or kind of approach to things, and if you don't necessarily, you kind of have to understand what way to communicate with them in order to get the best result out, especially at smaller scale, where you can't really afford to let too many things slip. So definitely understanding each discipline can be important and invaluable, because then you can just actually be able to it can make the process of making a game go so much smoother if you're able to communicate with clarity. So yeah, I would say that that's one side of it. And then the other thing is, at the smaller scale as well, it's so important to have what for whatever project you're doing, to at least have a clear idea of where it's going, because because you can't just make it up on the spot. The way that games are, yes, they are a fluid process, but by the same token as well, you can't there's just you want to minimize the amount of error you're at, especially if you're at a smaller scale, so to speak.
Yes, and that go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say that still holds true for even a bigger company. We make sure that we put like plans in place for new content and stuff, like easily a good couple of months in advance, to make sure that everything is there and ready to just kind of be used and converted into the necessary processes that need to run through the company between all the other sort of disciplines and stuff. So
and you want everyone to be on the same page, right? Because it is there is that creative element to it, and especially when it comes to creativity, you want that trust between everyone who's working on a project. And so that's why in a way I kind of emphasize the communication side of it, just because I find when everyone has clarity on what's going on, the progress that happens between when everyone's on the same page versus everyone doesn't have a clear idea is just such a huge contrast, and it makes a huge difference, honestly.
Yeah, I think one of the points that you made about the importance of knowing ahead of time, and the planning and the forecasting element of it is super important. And it was perhaps something that like surprised me when I first became a games programmer, that even as a very junior member of the team at the time I joined as a programming intern, I was being asked, how long is this going to take? Or even like for a longer task, could you break this down into the plan of how you're going to do it, and then how long those bits are going to take? Because I was used to, if I'm working at home by myself and I want to do something, I'll just get it started. I'll find out how long it takes when I do it. But there is, because of there is a team of people involved in making these games, and there are business decisions as well to be made based on forecasts and plans. It's a really important skill to develop, this of knowing ahead of time how to have a good estimate and how to communicate that estimate and how certain that estimate is, that I'm still improving at.
And I totally agree with that. And I think that's the bit that's missed is like it's seen as you kind of make the thing and it happens, but that's a bit of a, you know, misdirection, as in it really is understanding where each discipline fits into the process and how that comes together to create the output.
Yeah, we can also add on top of that like personal time management, which kind of flows into the whole forecasting and planning stuff. Like if you can manage your own time really well, you should be able to allow that flow to happen quite easily. But sort of having that time to plan, make sure you know what is coming, what has been, then hopefully you won't have any surprises that will just kind of randomly just sort of throw themselves at you and just be like, oh, what am I doing?
Yeah, no,
yeah.
but that's it, right? As in the surprises generally come from not just that, because it's even that small amount of looking ahead of where, because you can usually plot to some extent where it's going, and just that small amount of looking ahead can make such a huge difference towards the end process, you know?
Yeah, and I think so. Ashley, as a senior technical developer, and Usman as a founder, how much of your jobs is programming, and how much of your jobs is managing and planning and doing some of these other tasks that we spoke about?
I feel mine's changed as I've moved through the company. I think when I started, it was very much sort of maybe a 60-40 split towards the planning section when I first started. So I'd be a lot more planning when I started out, making sure that anything that I write down goes through all the seniors, make sure they're all happy with what is essentially being developed. As I got through some of the years, it probably turned to about a 50-50 split. And now more, as I kind of know more, understand more of the engine and my personal time management and everything else, it's probably more of a 60-40 split towards the programming side. Like I feel I can quite happily knock out a good technical document very quickly and actually get into the programming side of things. But that's only come purely through experience and just doing it and making sure that it gets done and read by the proper people at the appropriate times. But yeah, I feel that's kind of, as I've kind of come through, that's kind of how it's kind of, at least for me, has evolved. So, but I feel like I'm doing a lot more programming now because I've learned how to do that forward planning, learned how to break everything down a lot better. And I know kind of how I can work with the engine, its limitations, its advantages, and where I can push it right to the edge. So,
Usman?
Yeah, I think if I had to give an estimate, I think maybe it's about 40-50% of my time is programming, because when I'm not programming, I'm doing an art review. If I'm not doing an art review, I'm listening, like going over the audio. And if I'm not going over the audio, you know, I'm going over the design, because and that's the other thing as well, is even there is that separation between design and programming as well, because design is, you know, towards the experience, whereas programming, so to speak, I guess, would be the systems that drive it. And so half the time, even with that programming, it's, am I needing to create a system that I then need to go and tune, or am I spending my time in the system creating something within it? That, and I know I keep circling back to the point of that games are far more than just creating them, but there's this whole other side to it where you have to think about how you are going to sustain the project, how are you going to present it, as in when you share it publicly, or even internally, how you go about testing it. So there are a lot of other factors outside of creating it that I really want to emphasize, because as I said, I initially came from a background where my focus was just on making the project come together. Whereas independently, it's not just about the project, but it's also about all of the other elements around it to hopefully drive it forward and or sustain it. Um, and yeah, so I guess the short answer to that is I wish I had more time, or rather my time was spent just programming and just doing the systems. But I can say like this week, like the majority of it was spent on programming activities. And that's the thing, if you're independent, is that it goes far, your responsibilities far go beyond just whatever discipline it is you're kind of having to focus on.
Yeah, my experience was maybe perhaps kind of the opposite of what Ashley seeing, and perhaps in between, sorry, in between both of you, because I started essentially as the solo programmer at Flavorworks, but now I'm very much not. That we have a team of around 6 programmers at the time, and some of whom are more experienced game programmers than I have. So my job has become more about setting up the infrastructure and making sure that they're in a position to do the best work they can, and then managing that whole process of planning and distributing, and kind of some of the more longer term tech work, because we are developing our own tools and our own platform and our own engine. So it's become more about some of the more company-wide management role as time's progressed, and less of my time has been programming, which has its pros and its cons. I do enjoy some of the work, and sometimes I do miss just spending a whole day, strictly programming without any emails.
But I was just going to say, though, see, that's the switch or transition, right? All of a sudden is your activity is all of a sudden the activities you have to focus on are wider, as in, initially it was just focus on what's at hand, but then now it's more like you're also looking at the wider picture as well.
Yeah, which I think also um, the wider picture is always important to consider. And one of the things that I'd like to discuss, because I think it's a decision that a lot of people face, is this question of whether to build your own tech, or to use some of the available middleware that's quite good. And I think, again, we have kind of both, all sides of the spectrum. So we at Flavorworks, we do have our own engine and our own tool that we use, because these are quite specific and quite tailored to our needs, which are to make these deeply interactive live action games. Husband, I believe that you use Unreal at the moment.
Yeah, I'm using Unreal Engine.
And how have you found that?
Unreal. So just as a primer, this essentially because of my background, I've kind of touched on all points. So as in, built something with OpenGL, never would do it again. That's not a knock against OpenGL, but I mean, it's the difference between having to create the tools to sustain your project versus just kind of being able to hit the ground running. Unreal Engine is great. It's incredibly flexible, and the nice thing about it is just most of my time isn't spent technically figuring out how to implement something, but rather I can lean a bit more towards design than having to create systems. But overall, it's a really nice flexible package, because at the end of the day, it's supported by it supports multiple platforms. It has a lot of features built in. It's designed, I mean, it's used to build games, and you can definitely feel that when you're working in the editor. And the flexibility it offers for both designers and programmers is quite unique. In the sense that they have a visual scripting language, so you can literally just create nodes, and those nodes will then operate similar to a program, or if you really want to get performance out of your project, you can do it in C++. And yeah, essentially not having to worry about the technology side of it is really great. That can also have its drawbacks if systems get changed. I mean, for instance, they did an audio update, and I had to redo a lot of the audio for my project to get it similar sounding before they updated the engine. So there's that, but then by the same token as well, I didn't have to build it from scratch. So I would say that's the advantage you get. Is it's a lot easier to get up and running with all the available game engines out there. And what I would just add to this is that there is no silver bullet when it comes to a game engine. I mean, I use Unreal because that works for me, but there are so many other great options as well. Unity is another option out there, and then there's also this engine called Godot, which is open source and free. And my only advice from that side is don't necessarily go with an engine because it's just outright recommended. Mainly go with the engine that works to the way that you expect it to work, because it makes the project go a lot smoother if you're comfortable with the tools versus having to fight it to get certain features out of it.
Yeah, and Ashley, I understand so that the RuneScape code base is essentially built from the ground up for RuneScape, but it is at this point quite mature.
Yeah, pretty much. So RuneScape started, I think, what was it now, 2001, I think. So we're looking at like a 19-year-old engine. Back in those days, the founders didn't have any sort of middleware option, I believe. So they obviously wrote everything that they knew from scratch, which was all in Java. And since then, obviously, we've just kind of built on top of it with all of our needs that we've had to. So it is very, it's built as an MMO, but it's kind of specific for RuneScape. So we've got our own in-house tools, as well as sort of all of the pipelines and stuff are all done in-house. Those are slowly migrating now to use more sort of industry standard kind of programs, but it's taken its time to do so. So we've got a lot of very clever programming talent that is slowly converting all of this stuff. But yeah, it's different. It's challenging. So we have a scripting language that I primarily code in. It's quite restrictive in some senses, but it's also quite open in others. So it's kind of one of those things that obviously it's built for its needs, does what it needs to be done. But yeah, I don't really know much more to say otherwise.
Yeah, I think our situation is perhaps closer to yours at Flavor's, because we have built our own tools, but they are essentially built less time ago. So we started this whole process perhaps like 3 or 4 years ago, and it is an important business decision because it'll shape kind of what your priorities are, and then it'll also shape a little bit of what the product is going to be, because I think that the tools do end up shaping the product, and it also shapes a little bit of what the product that you're making really is. If it is a game, or you're making a game and the associated platforms that you'll then use to either make more games or support the game that you're making for the next 19 years in this case for RuneScape. So there are, I think, some benefits oftentimes to building your own, but it is, I think, a very nuanced decision that needs to be taken carefully.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely something you definitely need to consider doing these days. With obviously, as Husman said, there's a lot of good engines out there that can cater to your needs. You just need to research a bit into them, and just choose the way that you would like to go. If nothing out there does anything you want it to do, then yeah, build your own engine. But it will take time. It will definitely take time to do. It's not just a simple, oh yeah, we'll just build it overnight thing. It's, as you said,
because you're building the technology that because it's not even you're making your game first. You're creating the underlying technology that within it you can then create your whatever
game on top of it.
Yeah. And I mean, I have seen there are some benefits to rolling there are definitely indies out there that are rolling their own tech, much to their benefit, shall we say, because they are able to dictate the performance, so to speak, of how well it runs on a platform. Whereas if you are choosing to use a third-party vendor, for lack of a better term, you essentially have to work within the bounds of what they have created, and that's it.
Yeah, I remember reading an example about The Witness. It's a game I like, and there are, slight spoiler, but there are puzzles in that game that rely on accurate reflections, right? And because they had they had a lot of freedom with what they did with their technology, because they were essentially writing most of it from the ground up, they could gear their engine in such a way that they could have accurate reflections at all their supported quality levels. And a lot of times that stuff is possible using middleware, but it is sometimes slightly more restrictive, which it simply depends on the kind of project that you're doing, and also the expertise of the people that you're working with. It also tends to shape hiring decisions. Depending on how you choose to build your tech, it'll possibly shape the kinds of programmers that you need to work with and the kind of programmers that you can work with.
And also, sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to say, obviously, with middleware, you just need to think of them as they're trying to slightly be a jack of all trades. Mm-hmm. So you may get better performance in certain areas, but not necessarily the ones you're working with. So,
I was just going to say, you're absolutely right when it comes to a skill standpoint as well, because essentially, if you say, oh, I'm working with this technology, some people may have that familiarity or not. Whereas if you're on the more specialized route, there's the potential of it being more of a learning curve, that they have to get used to that workflow, so to speak, before then kind of being up to speed, so to speak. I mean, it cuts both ways, but I find, if it's readily available online, there's generally that familiarity versus something that's more independent, so to speak.
Yeah. Which, speaking of jack of all trades, is also one of the questions here, is about like whether as a professional we choose to go down the path of being, say, a jack of all trades, or specializing more in a specific area of games programming. And so I think my understanding is that we're all on this panel more towards the jack of all trades side of the spectrum, where we all kind of do a bit of everything. But there are also people who possibly specialize in graphics programming or network programming, or specifically AI, especially in bigger companies. And I think the question here is whether you've made that decision in your career, and how you made that decision. Perhaps starting with you, Ashley.
So I think it was a decision on my part. I did try and I started looking at university when all the courses came up for the final sort of years of modules and stuff. There was things for rendering, as well as sort of gameplay and middleware and stuff. And I kind of looked at them and went, I don't like the look of rendering. It scares me a little bit. And then there was like I like the idea of kind of the middleware kind of gameplay style stuff. So that was kind of where I went with a very generalist kind of role. Like just try and build the stuff that for me at least, the stuff that I build is primarily either for players to see and what they do, interact with in the worlds and stuff, or it's the kind of slightly underlying systems that others kind of can pull from to generate the stuff that people see. So that's the kind of thing that I've always kind of enjoyed seeing, sort of watching games, watching how they kind of interact with things and going, could I make that? That looks kind of fun. And that's sort of, I think that's how I've kind of sort of rolled into that, as instead of a very specialized thing with, say, networking or AI or sort of the sort of rendering graphical side of things. But yeah.
Yes, I think so. Both me and you, as when coming from smaller teams, were perhaps generalists by necessity.
Yeah, that is such a good way of putting it, because essentially when you're on a small team, it is kind of like this role needs to be filled, like, like, okay, I guess I'll try on that hat and see how well it goes. And I think that's just, I think it's just generally more my personal nature is just curiosity with how different things work. And I've certainly reached the point where I know, okay, yeah, I'm useless at this, so I'm gonna step away from that. Um, but there, essentially, it's if I know can, shall we say, competently handle something, I'll generally work with it. And I think a great example of that is how, as I said on my project, I'm working with an artist because I know I don't have the speed, so to speak, to work in a 3D program to turn around things, whereas someone who, unfortunately, the artist I'm working with has that grounding and knows what they're doing. So they will ultimately turn around something quicker than I could in the same space of time. Um, and I mean, I guess what it also boils down to is time, right? And where your trajectory is. Because if essentially I find specialization doesn't necessarily happen out of wanting to go in that direction. It comes naturally as time progresses and you keep working. So some folks end up being specialized just because they just find it's the field they want to keep working and want to progress further into it. Whereas being a generalist on one part can come from necessity for sure on smaller teams. But I also know some folks who are just interested in understanding the wide gamut that games have. I mean, it's somewhat crazy to think just how, doesn't matter which discipline you're on, there is a subset you'll find of a specific kind of, whether it be design or programming, audio,
Yeah.
narrative, just everything can have its own specialization. And yeah, I mean, for myself personally, it comes from both curiosity and necessity, but for some people, it's what they're naturally inclined towards.
Yeah, I think for some bigger project, it simply becomes a necessity. When if it's a product that's trying to stay at the state of the art of rendering, it is time consuming to be reading all the SIG graph papers that year and implementing a bunch of new techniques every year. And the same thing goes for a lot of other areas. Network programming, I find just hard to actually get my head around. And I have worked with some specialists
Yeah.
because some would say that online games are actually not even possible to make. This is
It is. I mean, the it's funny you bring up networking, because because I think about, you go through creating a project running independently on a single device, right? And then on top of that, then to do some wider testing, you test it on, like, shall we say, different hardware configurations just to see how well it runs or if any glitches can occur, which I've personally experienced where a glitch was happening on someone else's machine just because they didn't have drivers or something along those lines. But then I feel like networking is this added layer of absolute complexity because you're now thinking of having to run an experience consistently between two clients, and there are so many decisions and variances. I mean, at least if
Yeah.
it's on one person's machine.
Yeah.
Well,
just
and
thinking
you're
about
not
one
even
machine,
you're
right?
not even developing just the clients. You're developing a backend solution that I'm sure Ashley has
Yeah,
Yeah,
has
I've
been
had some
living
very
with.
fun times with
I mean,
those. Yeah,
yeah, networking can be its own thing that you could unpack, but
yeah.
yeah, um,
That's the main thing that we're coming out of this panel is online
networking.
games are really hard, but they
Online
are
games
really
are
hard.
hard and don't
They
do
are
them.
very hard. Yeah,
But also like the kind of the depths that graphics programming can go, it can also get like really hard. But I think that's what's cool is that there is this kind of like option of working like on everything a little bit, and then there's also the option of really kind of narrowing down and going super deep into one of these areas that's endless. That there are people that are just doing new research at the cutting edge of graphics technology and just making up new techniques and making up new techniques for network programming,
I just
which
wanted
I
to
think.
say, oh, sorry, I was just going to say briefly, tangentially, the best example I can give of something so specialized you wouldn't even necessarily know it's a thing is uh, I'm aware that like there's one company that literally has one team dedicated to rigging monsters. And the reason why I'm raising that is because that's how specialized you can get. It can even reach the point where you are working on something so specific that you're not even covering, any of the other areas that can happen. So, I mean, I know
Yeah.
that's more art than programming, but that's kind of the point is that there are a lot of topics that subtopics within subtopics, so to speak.
I think probably the best TLDR for this is try a bit of everything first, then just see what you enjoy the most of, and then if you feel like you want to go further into it, go further into it.
Yeah, and it's often a very natural process where people joining a company will start as a more kind of general position,
Yeah.
and then as they progress in their careers, they will slowly specialize if they want to, and it's not always a necessity. Which is perhaps the last thing that we could discuss is kind of career progression. So, how have you found kind of the progression of your career? And I think that there are like certain choices that can also be made in this kind of like the path. I know programmers that have started as programmers and essentially became producers as time went along. And I know programmers that did not want to go down that road and specialized and became simply uh, more experienced and more specialized programmers who do perhaps a bit of managing and a bit of planning and forecasting. So are those decisions that you've been making across your career, or is that something that's been happening quite naturally? Perhaps starting with you, Ashley.
Yeah, my career's kind of spans, I think, every corner of a games industry, I think, bar like artistry. So I've had my time in QA. I've done QA. That was good fun, actually. It taught me a lot about that side and what to expect. I've had a go at production. Sorry, excuse me. And that sort of side of things of managing others and trying to get them, making sure they're on track with everything. And then I've come back to coding, which I've stuck with. So even from within then, I've had a couple of chances to potentially go into a more sort of, I guess, a technical directorish kind of role, which is obviously managing other programmers and making sure that they're keeping on top of things. But I didn't enjoy that sort of thing. I'm very focused on sort of logistics and making sure things flow correctly and stuff. And the whole production side of things just didn't really work with my kind of mindset. So I've basically just kind of progressed my role to make sure that I become better at programming, making sure that the knowledge that I obtain can be shared and distributed to some of the juniors and everything else. Sort of being in a senior role, I see a lot more code reviews and making sure that I sort of not necessarily put my mark on things, but make sure that I voice concerns, asking them why they've necessarily done those things that way, and trying to give a different option as to, well, why haven't you thought about doing it this way? That kind of stance. So, but yeah, that's kind of how my kind of career's evolved, really. Like I said earlier, sort of I still do quite a lot of programming, which is great. But there is kind of that, I wouldn't say managerial side of things, but more of a knowledge share and kind of trying to be that older brother, essentially, to some of the younger lot of making sure they're kind of keeping up with their stride. They're sort of making sure that the decisions that they're making, that they can kind of back it up for why they want to do it. Sometimes they are correct. I just like to sort of question as to, are you sure you want to do it this way? That kind of thing. Just to keep them sort of like make sure that they're thinking about what they're doing. That's kind of my sort of role really at the moment. I've kind of slowly progressed up through that way with the programming side of things. But yeah, that's kind of where I plan to stay, and hopefully move up to a slightly more the next step up for me is a principal, which is kind of the top dog, as it were. But it's not looking at it that way. That sounds all big-headed and stuff, but it's definitely a lot more kind of distributing knowledge wealth and making sure that the juniors are on the right path to make their way through the company in their career that they want to take.
I think that's super important to think about it and to know kind of what we want, because oftentimes, you know, it's completely possible to get like the sort of position that you want there. There are positions where it's more mentoring based, but perhaps not managerial. There are positions that are more managerial, but not mentoring based. And there are positions that are more strictly programming focused. And I think that knowing what you want and knowing what I want, and then kind of moving in that direction is important, because it can happen that people end up in positions that they don't enjoy, and perhaps they could have ended in a position that they enjoy more. So it can happen that a person that really enjoys programming ends up in a position where they're not programming very much, and now they're simply like not as happy at their job, and they're not as maybe they're not even as efficient. And oftentimes the position can be resolved. You know, there's a discussion and there's a readjustment of the work, and it will, you know, go back to being as efficient as possible.
Yeah, it definitely comes back to that communication aspect of you know, just talk to people at the end of the day. Like, you know, you can resolve 99% of anything that you're struggling with just by talking to someone.
Yeah, absolutely. Guzman, how have you found?
Yeah, so it's interesting because I would say I never expected to end up in games. Like I mean, I loved playing them as a kid, you know, and still love playing them. But the funny thing is, I never expected to end up in games, and I think, and just to touch on a point that Ashley said that I think is so important, is that it's just kind of, and I mean, like, the other thing is that things can change as well. Like that's the other thing, is where your preference currently is now can shift even in the space of a year. But I guess the main thing is that the advice I would, so to speak, say is definitely trying out roles, because you never know which one will fit. You know, like I said, I went electronic engineering. Through electronic engineering, I found I was not interested necessarily in doing things on the hardware side of it, and I was much more inclined towards software. And then it was through software that was doing projects in VR, and then through that's how I kind of slipped into games. And I just want to preface that all of those things just naturally came with where I just happened in what basically in the line of work that I was doing anyways. So I guess the point is you just don't necessarily know all of those things, but as you said, kind of work towards the direction that in a way feels, that you're more inclined to, so to speak. Because electronic engineering was incredibly valuable to me to just have just to see, I mean, so to speak, it allowed me to try out a lot of things just to figure out the thing that I was actually inclined towards or interested in. And yeah, that's kind of what I would say is just see something that you're interested in and go towards that. And then that's only when you'll really know whether or not you're comfortable with it or if it,
Yeah.
if it suits you,
Yeah, I think that's a good note to end on as our time runs off. Yeah, it's important to, I think, to continuously reevaluate what you're enjoying, what you want to change, and hopefully communicate those preferences and move into the parts of this big field that you enjoy the most. I thank you very much, Ashley, and thank you very much, Husband.
Thank you.
Thank you as well to BAFTA crew and to EGX. And I thank you very much for listening as well.
Game begin.
What on earth is a global digital event, I hear you ask? Well, allow me to enlighten you. This event is a gathering of hot gaming content that you would have been able to see at PAX West in Seattle, PAX Australia in Melbourne, or EGX in London in September, before COVID changed the world in what, let's be honest, is a storyline from a video game. In fact, it's bound to spawn many post-viral games in the near future. We'll be hunting through the city streets, crafting masks from animal hides, and all while still on furlough. Instead, you can sit at home and take in all the delights of a truly global event, enjoying the food from your kitchen at a reasonable price, and have a seat guaranteed, all day. Amazing! At this event, you'll be able to poke around over 200 booths on the show floor, and have a deep dive into some great curated content you might not have seen before. And it's all in one place, like a show. Just have a click around and discover stuff, then click further and discover more stuff. The show floor, or Expo Hall if you're speaking American, is just part of the event we're presenting. On top of the Expo Hall, we also offer you some of the highlights of any PAX or EGX show. Tons of brilliant panels. You'll be able to visit the site, paxegx.com, and navigate your way via the show floor to the massive schedule. It's like a Glastonbury festival of gaming, with massive headline acts and loads of interesting things to watch in the meantime. There will always be something great in there just for you. The Daily Wrap from Virgin Media, presented at 5:30 UK time each day. This will be brought to you by a mix of the brilliant teams at Outside Xbox and Outside Extra, Eurogamer, and Rock Paper Shotgun. They'll highlight the hotspots from the show day that's just happened and look forward to what's coming up next, all using boss-level broadband for gamers. Meet up on Discord. We all know that hanging out with your friends is a really important part of going to an event. Meeting people you already know, making new friends, and hanging out. The Left Field Collection is a must-see for attendees looking for the new, unique, and challenging works going on in games. This is a platform for titles and projects that like to do things a little differently, and promises to always have something interesting to check out. With over 100 indie titles at this year's show, there's going to be tons to discover. There are loads of other features, including speedrunning, cosplay, some interesting limited edition retail opportunities, and board games, with loads of videos from our partners at Dicebreaker. Exclusive event merch! What with this being the first time we've done a standalone digital event, this merch will be very limited edition. Show off to your friends with a fetching new hat at a distance of 2 meters or greater, or grab something special for a loved one or hated enemy. The shop's live now, and you can find it on this site or by searching for the EGX store. And if it's PAX merch you're after, you can search for that too. that's a taste of what to look out for while you're strolling around the digital show floor. There's loads of hot gaming content to come over the next few days. Some of it's live now, and some will be going live later, so be sure to check out all the booths to find out more. Oh, and don't worry if you miss a panel. Everything is going to be uploaded soon after to the EGX YouTube channel. But, you know, always better to see it first, right? In the meantime, here are some of the things to keep an eye on.
Hello everyone and welcome to Meme Marketing and How to Drive Engagement with the Internet Fads at EGX Digital 2020. It's quite a mouthful. So who am I? Who is this person trying to tell you how memes work? I am Connie Duffy and I'm a marketer at Ground Shatter, and before that I was heavily involved around internet fads as a cosplayer and a YouTuber. I grew up around the internet's awkward teenage years with Bebo, MySpace, Vampire Freaks, Tickled, all those awkward social medias, and back then I witnessed memes being shared across the internet, how people started using them as tools to grow communities, you know, going from Doge to Moon to you know, US fast foods, you know, becoming one with memes and becoming a meme lord. I'm going to be saying memes a lot in this talk as well, so do bear with me. So what I want to talk about today is how we used memes for, how we, Ground Shatter, used memes for community building leading up to Rico's release and during development for Fights in Tight Spaces. I'm also going to be saying FITS, because I always abbreviate Fights in Tight Spaces, so if I say FITS, I mean Fights in Tight Spaces. Yeah, so where to find the memes, to apply them, and hopefully not get the dreaded Steve Buscemi, how do you do fellow kids with the skateboard response. So yeah, that will also mean in the usual way of memes, that will also mean every meme I show you today will probably be terribly outdated by the time you guys see this. Right. So, memes are just inside jokes that the whole internet is a part of. There you go. That's pretty much it. Memes aren't some weird code to crack. They're not some secret formula. You want to create an environment and a space where you're a part of something, and you want that inside joke to be your game or your game studio. As long as you and your community are having fun, you shouldn't have to rack your brain to be super relatable. So yeah, I just like this quote. I think people should go back to it. If you know, I always go back to it and I'm like, memes are literally wherever you want to be. Okay, number 1, make your own memes. Just go for it. Just do it. You got this. So leading up to the announcement of Fights in Tight Spaces, our publisher Paul Kilduff Taylor teased on his Twitter a GIF taken from our announcement trailer. It's our Fitz guy doing our taunt move. And in response, we got our very first fan art, which is this little bean guy here. And we ended up, well, to be honest, it was our first fan art, so we loved it. We printed it, we put it on our wall. It was great. And earlier this year, we had printed some Fitz business cards of combat moves. And we even included the fan arts of Fitz Guy, and we would have used them at networking events had 2020 not happened, or 2020 just not being 2020. So basically, this is an example of memeing something without posting online. It's just, you know, it's not exactly just posting an image of Henry Cavill on Twitter. It's physical that you can have. Speaking of Henry Cavill, number 2, jump on the bandwagon. But make sure it has relevance. Yeah, don't have any pride, essentially. Just go for it, in my opinion. So during Fights in Tight Spaces, we had a card move which heavily referenced Henry Cavill doing the arm reload in Mission Impossible 3. During Fitz' announcement, press noticed this, and we got good coverage out of it. They enjoyed it, we enjoyed it. Flash forward to a couple months later, and there is a video of Henry Cavill building his own PC, and people were memeing it to death. They were loving it. So I found this template that people had been posting on Twitter of Henry Cavill building the PC, him turning it on, and then the first thing that comes up on the monitor would be people would put their favorite game. I think Oblitz put their own game on there. So I was like, well, this makes sense to just link Fights in Tight Spaces into this little meme. So I had included a lovely screenshot of us just picking the reload move card. Yeah, made sense. Alright. So, number 3, first off, where and how to meme. So this is kind of just my opinion. This is my data. Some of this, like, the internet's ever changing. This could change in 2 hours from now. I don't know, but the data's there if you want it. I'll lightly touch over some topics, but this is where to get the memes. The short of it is you want different memes for different spaces. A simple repost might not get the engagement you want. There's obviously exceptions to almost all of these platforms. But you want to adapt each platform and figure out what audience you want to target. For instance, Facebook, there is this connotation that Facebook is full of old people that are just, there's, oh my gosh, there's minion memes and all sorts, when it's not really the case. In my understanding anyway, it's full of young people and it's full of like proper original memes. There are younger folk on there. It just tends to be people that don't really want to migrate. They don't want to try Twitter. They might dabble in Reddit. So yeah, don't underestimate Facebook. Whether or not it's got good engagement for you marketing your game could be an entirely different thing. But yeah, Facebook's algorithm is pretty spot on for meme users. That could be because they're listening to your phone. But there you go. TikTok, yeah, physical, comedy, reaction. I think it's not really a place that you repost memes unless it is someone's reaction to them reacting to that meme. What else? Let me have a look here. So Reddit is one of those social medias that personally scared the bejesus out of me. I tend to, you sometimes get good ones, you get good engagement, but it's such a tight-knit community. They like what they like, and they don't always, want to click at whatever made them laugh. That's just the way it goes. Sorry, to keep going. Twitter, the holy grail of game dev memes. It has the widest audience. You kind of want to make sure you're following the right communities for Twitter, because its algorithm isn't always as speedy and as what's the word I'm looking for? As personal as, say, Facebook or TikTok can be, and Reddit especially. But also some people have made like their kickstarts just from a simple GIF on Twitter. So, I mean, we all know about Twitter, don't we? It's the best one out of the bunch. But let's see. The main takeaway is each platforms have bad spaces and communities. You kind of want to make sure you don't really want to go near those ones. Just be wary. My main takeaway here: different memes, different spaces. Different places, different folks, different strokes. There you go. Which leads on to research. Please research your memes. Stay safe out there as well. It's both rewarding, and the annoying issue with memes is they go off so quickly. You're really encouraged to be quick with them. And even if you want to be speedy, just please research your memes. Going in blindly can just literally do an Uno reverse effect. Things like comics, emojis, even depending on how you would spell slang, can give the audience the wrong impression of your brand. Try to follow closely your favorites and likely-minded studios are doing. Follow by example. Research the origin of your memes. Establish if they're positive, if they have relevance, and make sure you're proud of them as well. So, alright, so sometimes, number 5, I'm not numbering these, but I'm sure you're reading along. Number 5, this is how we do it. It's team effort. So sometimes they can be your memes can be a quick 5-minute Photoshop job, and annoyingly, they can be the most successful memes that you end up doing. A good example was when I was playing, When I was playing Rico, I was doing some testing, and I had managed to kick a door, and it had flown into another open door perfectly. I had posted this on the subreddit r/satisfying, and without a doubt, it's one of the most popular posts we've ever done. It occasionally resurfaces on Reddit's front page now and then. Just quick drink of water. Sometimes you can put a lot of effort into memes and they may pay off, they might not. That's kind of just how memes work, I'm afraid. But here are two good examples of our team at Groundshare working together for some classic S-posting. So here we have, where's your man here? We have Officer Duck here in a rare spur. So Officer Duck was a rare spur of the moment in development for Rico. It was around Untitled Goose Game's announcement. And we were like, let's just put a duck in our game. Why not? We did it for a little video. It didn't do amazingly. We didn't know if we were going to keep the duck in. We didn't. But we learned a lot, and I think it was a good exercise for us to do. Another example of that working out for us, of course, was the previously mentioned Henry Cavill punchy, shooty, arm reloading move for the Fights in Tight Spaces trailer. It's really hard to predict what will bomb and what your communities will be interested in. Sometimes it's hard to predict, especially early in community building. But it's these exercises that help you out. Yeah. Okay, before we wrap up, here's some game memes I've enjoyed in different platforms from different folk that I enjoy. I couldn't put everyone that I enjoyed, but here's a small snippet. So there's the obvious Naughty Dog reaction GIFs that they always that they tend to overlay. I think they did it recently with Last of Us 2 as well. But those are the ones that are there where they have overlaid it with Parks and Recreation and I believe Antonio Banderas Assassins. Yeah, fun, easy, a good team. That's a good example of a team effort meme right there. Then the TikTok video, we've got Astroneer that did a nice TikTok dance to a popular song that was trending at the time. Four Guys naming a new game mechanic after a famous Vine phrase, Big Yeetus. And Kit Fox using nostalgia for old school PowerPoint text. That's really enjoyable. I love a good nostalgia post. Yeah, those are just a small snippet of memes I enjoy. Never gatekeep your meme templates or your formulas. They're to be shared. 100%. And yeah, that brings me to the end of my talk, guys. Thank you so much for watching. This is my favorite meme. It's called Bode. And do give us a follow on our social medias if you can. If anyone has any questions or they would like to obtain my awful slides, you can email me or DM me. But yeah, my name is Connie Duffy, and thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hi, and welcome to Game Design, Things You Should Know at EGX Digital 2020. I'm Elizabeth Simones, also go by Ziz, and you can find me on Twitter at CSilfGames, and this is Rosa.
Hi, I'm Rosa. My last name is incredibly difficult to pronounce, but I'll say it anyway, in case anyone wants to try. It's Carbo Mascare. And I'm a game designer, that's why I'm here. I can find me on Twitter at moreellen, and I'll pass it on to Mark.
Thanks very much, Rosa. Hi, I'm Mark Backler. I'm a game designer by trade. I now run a small game studio called Sketchbook Games. Jonathan?
And I'm Jonathan Wilson. I'm a level designer, which is why I'm here. And if you want to look me up, you can find me at Twitter on omni/92.
Cool. So this is going to be kind of a fireside chat between the four of us, talking about our experience with game design, and then hopefully asking each other interesting questions and having a lovely discussion. So I guess just to kind of start us off, how did you get into games? And why don't we start with Jonathan?
Okay, yeah, sure. So like my journey into games is kind of a little bit like a typical one. So I tried to go down the education route. Like you could do it like years ago, games courses started to become more popular in game traction. I wouldn't say they were particularly great. That's a discussion for a completely another time. But they did get better and they grew. But the one important thing I found for me, at least going down the education route, was it kept me focused on games. Like I knew that's where I wanted to end up being, but I didn't have a clue how to get there, because in school and everything like that, you can't study games. You do maths, English, GCSE. There's not really any indication of that, and everything was about media. And I just stumbled across this one BTEC course and found it was about game development, and then that kind of set me on my way. But it was just kind of like following it as far as I could go. But the ultimate passion of mine, especially within design, came around level design. And this is stuff that I just became obsessed with throughout my education into the early stages of my career. And just like, I even did a dissertation on it, like basically how you can subtly guide players through spaces. So I just stripped the UI out of everything and started researching loads of different techniques you could do in like psychology and like how the player perceives the screen. I was just fascinated by all this stuff. And it was just going like down a really deep rabbit hole that I don't think I'm ever going to get to the bottom of, which is quite exciting. So, but yeah, that was, and then my first job was basically as a junior designer at a company called CodeSync. And then 6 years later, I'm currently working at Hangar 13 as a level designer. So I've had a quite varied path going down that route.
Cool. Yeah.
Cool. Let's pass to Rosa.
Sure. Okay, so my path in games is actually quite weird. So I actually started in architecture school. I did a BA in architecture. And then halfway through architecture school, I realized I didn't want to be an architect. I really enjoyed university, but the actual practice of being an architect just seemed really dry. So that's when I got interested in games. I realized that the design process for designing games felt very similar to the design process that I was learning in architecture school. So I started pivoting everything towards games, and some professors loved me for it. Some professors were like, "You're never going to get hired as an architect with this sort of portfolio," but hey, I'm not an architect. And then I then went off and did a master's in game design to like fully pivot. And then after graduating, I was kind of in limbo for a little bit. I was trying out loads of different things. I did digital content, did some programming, did some websites, did some writing, did loads of little things and kept doing game jams and kept making games. I then started pitching to bids to make my own games for educational games and got some contracts that way. So I started designing some games that way. And then I got contracted as a freelance game designer at various places. And that's how from there, this is where I am now, freelancing as a game designer.
Cool. Mark?
So I studied games computing at Lincoln University, which was a handy course for me because I didn't really know which area of game development I wanted to go into. Like I knew from primary school I wanted to make games, but I didn't know loads about how that was actually done. And I, with a Commodore 64, tried to make games when I was a kid, failed spectacularly and didn't really get anywhere. And then, I was always knowing I wanted to do it, but it just seemed, very difficult to get into. And so I'd sort of picked A-levels that would help me do a game development degree course. And then, that particular course was useful because it had so many different modules and like maths, 3D modeling and animation, game design, programming, all sorts. And then at the end of it, I thought I wanted to be an artist because I'd found out that programming was still really, really hard. And so I was trying to build my art portfolio when I graduated, but then a friend of mine had applied to electronic arts and got a job working on Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix as a integrator. And so he told me they were hiring, so I applied for that and got the job there, and then went to Lionhead Studios after that because that was a 6-month contract, but it kept getting extended. But then after 8 months went over to Lionhead, and then actually when working in the games industry I found out a lot more about all the different roles and understood them a lot more, and thought that design was something I would really like to work towards. And being a scripter on Fable 2, you sort of you were implementing the missions in game, and there was some room for design feedback on that. And then I went to Kuju Knickknack and worked as a designer there, then back to Lionhead on Milo and Kate and Fable the Journey, and then to Marmalade Game Studios where I was a lead designer, and then founded Sketchbook after that.
Cool. And I guess my story is kind of similar to Rosa's, where I was a dancer. Like for my entire young life, I was either going to be a scientist or a dancer, but spent all of my time playing RuneScape or Neopets or Maple Story or all of those kinds of things. And it was like that kind of continued until at some point I was like, oh no, I'm definitely going to be a dancer. And then any time I had spare, which wasn't much, I was playing games. And then finally got to my master's in choreography, which is, I guess, dance design. And was like, nah, like, what if like this interactive theater thing is really interesting, and this immersive theater thing is really interesting, and all of these indicative scoring stuff that they've been doing for music for ages, that's all really interesting, and this is all just games. So I'm just gonna do games now, and that failed badly because I was at a dance school, and that was a bad plan because they knew nothing about games. But I learned a lot, and I had to write 15,000 words about why my tutorialing system sucked. And that was a really good experience, though it wasn't very much fun. Since then, I've kind of done a lot of unusual things, whether it's like making games for raves, trying to figure out what kind of scaling you need for difficulty based on intoxication. Making things for like Endemol Shine and the Ink Factory, where it's like large scale location based stuff based on film and TV, to kind of your more standard PC games, console games. And I've done lots of LARPs as well, I guess. So lots of like many people in one space doing very silly things. And how do you plan for that chaos or try to minimize it? Because maybe you're doing a climate change game in the University of Cambridge museums, and they have very, very small aisles and like things that have been around, like literally, okay, this might be an incorrect fact, but there's a rock that has oxygen in it from, I think, like billions of years ago. So like there's no running there. But yeah, that's basically my journey into the games industry was failing really hard and having to write about that failure.
But I think that's a good thing though, right? It's like
just pivoting.
Yeah, it's pivoting, but it's also, I guess, like, you know, I think especially in games, you have to fail, right, in order to learn. And whether that's in iteration, like if you build a level, the first version of that level, that's not the final version of it, right? Or the first like pass of that mechanic is never the final one. And I'm not saying like every first iteration is like a failure. You build upon what you learn, you get something out of it. But I think it's like you have to learn, especially as like a designer, that failure is not always a bad thing. It's like you're going to learn from that, and you're going to be able to build on it. And without it, you don't develop as like an individual. So. Yeah. I think writing that's too, like, that sounds like an extreme essay, but it's like you forced you to analyze it, right? And I'm sure you learned a lot from it.
It was definitely intense. I guess like on that, like, because that's probably my favorite failure.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all have a favorite failure?
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
I guess if I was going to do other failures, what do you think? Because I've got lots of them that are that I enjoy. A lot of the rave games that I've made have completely failed because it was a really experimental space. It was a player base that I knew was completely up for weirdness and for going with it. And so I'd push things a lot further than I normally would feel comfortable with for a live event where players are right there and giving your feedback to your face. And so lots of those of just like the game completely falling flat, where I learned so much from it, were great. Okay, now someone else go.
I was trying to make a game in Unity with rope physics and swinging, because I really liked the Spider-Man game on the Mega Drive, and in Worms Armageddon as well, when you could swing with the grapple hooks and then like release your rope and then fire another one. It feels really cool. So I was trying to kind of capture that in a 2D platformer game. And going back to my inability as a programmer, I just couldn't get it working right. So I ended up canning that, and then in a game jam a while later, I came up with the concept that turned into Lost Words, which is our like studio's debut game. And I guess that was probably a favorite failure of that game concept with the swinging, because I really wanted to make it, but the fact that I kind of put it to one side led to something else. So yeah.
I've got one. I don't know if any of you have ever tested with kids. they're brutal.
Yeah.
If something doesn't work or they don't like something, they'll have no shame. They'll just say this sucks and walk away.
Yeah.
So I've had that happen a couple times.
But you know, when they say they like it, that they're being honest as well.
Totally.
Not
Yes,
saying they're flat
Totally.
just saying what they think.
They're the best, like, litmus test for your game.
Hilariously, back in like when I was really little, I had a friend that was like a child star and brought us into Disney to test out the game for that franchise. But I was one of the few like girls that came to test a video game. So instead they shuttled me off to the Kim Possible game, where I just spent the entire day and I don't even remember any of this. I just remember like my mom tells me that this happened. I remember little bits of it and playing it afterwards, but I assume I probably was also not very nice.
It's good though. As a designer, I feel like you need to be able to hear this and like learn from it.
I think, like Rosa was saying, obviously kids or younger audiences are obviously the best form of feedback. But yeah, I guess like if I think about like small failures like that, it's like very early in my career, it's like making assumptions, just assuming gamers understand how to play stuff. But as soon as you get the younger generation who haven't, for instance, I'll use so Shoe, one of the first games I worked on was a platformer, and obviously in our minds we've played games for generations, so you understand how platformers work, like instinctively you tap a button to jump and stuff like that. But as soon as you get into the younger generations and stuff, you need some kind of in-game explanation. So we try to tutorialize everything organically, and you just assume it's going to work. No, it doesn't actually happen, and eventually you have to start thinking of, I'll do this X amount of times, give them the UI prompt at the right time and stuff like that. And that getting the kids' feedback or younger generation's feedback on it, show flaws, not necessarily the best way to do it. But when you're indie, you can make that change overnight, it's fine, and then put a new build on the show flaw the next day. But it's just like getting that active feedback was so important. But it did help me realize, just throw all assumptions out the window and just start believing that like, you're trying to cater for everyone, and it just makes your game like overall so much better. And it's helped me design tutorials and everything going forward so much easier.
I love it when you can do that and like make a change on the fly and then test it straight away. That seems like the purest form of game design and development, because you're right there on the cutting edge show floor. And
but it's like when you first start out and you're doing your first game, right, and you show it at an expo or whatever, usually you've got that build on a laptop running like somewhere locally, right? So if you want to make a quick change to the level or whatever, you can probably go to your hotel room overnight and you come back and you go and you build the next day. But for indies, like I always found, because I did the Redstone a couple of times with different people, but just talking to different developers, and we would do that stuff. We'd make a quick fix and then we can assess that over in the next day of testing, right? Because you've just got streams of people coming in to play your game, and you just learn so much. Like one of the things I used to do, I used to just kind of stand back and just observe different people, like different age groups and different like generations interacting, just to see how they interpreted each level or each mechanic and stuff like that. You get some fascinating results.
Yeah, I think what you said about not making assumptions is really, really good. And it's like, I think a really good designer is good at telling when they're bringing in their own assumptions, particularly if they play a lot of games. So like we've built up that language. We know like, you know, press a button to jump, but so many players don't. And like I've been working with a lot of audiences that aren't gamers. So I've made games for, you know, educational games, games for, you know, women who don't usually play the traditional games, so have a completely different language to the way they interact with digital things. To a traditional gamer.
So in that, does that mean you have to kind of develop a different language with them, like through your game? Like you obviously have to establish some consistent rule that they can pick up and start to understand. And obviously you can't rely on the tropes of what a traditional gamer might understand, for instance. So I imagine that's a lot of thinking of how can I engage with this person and making it consistent, because you've got to build up your own language.
Yeah. I think what helps a lot is like looking outside of games for that language. So we look at like social media or like apps that we use, you know, in our day to day, and use language from there, because they're very likely to have opened, I don't know, Instagram or you know.
It's actually what I was looking at before I went into games, because I was at an art school and noticing like lots of non-traditional gallery formats. and the confusion of the participant when they got into the space of going, okay, do I lick the art? Do I listen to the art? Do I touch the art? Like, do I ignore the art completely? Is the art like what's around the art? That's what I was looking at, because I was looking at like kind of cultural context of when you think of people who normally go to, like, let's say a theater. When the bell happens, you know it's time to go into the theater. When the lights start to dim, it's time to be quiet. And people who don't know that space feeling really uncomfortable in that space because they don't know the rules of engagement. And that's kind of how I ended up going into games, because it was just like, oh, it's just all of those structured social rules, which is the same when you're in a game space of just like, okay, I assume I know X to jump, but like once you've seen people like walk into a room, an actual physical room, and go, actually, I know how to move, but I have no idea how I should move.
Mm-hmm. But I think that like that's really interesting, because you're right. Like now, obviously, games they're more believable than what they've kind of ever been. Like each generation brings with it its own new rules of expectations. But now it is a case of we have to look at the real world to almost simulate that in our games. Like, so when you see a character walking, or you see you're talking to a character, it feels believable, and we're not breaking, like, kind of pulling the player out of the experience. It's like, it's kind of like, Rosa, you said you did architecture before this, and you said you moved over because you found the design process very similar. Well, in level design now, like, we spend 90% of our time looking at spaces from an architecture point of view. So the function of the space kind of comes a very important role. Then we argue with artists, like, because they just want it to look pretty, but we obviously argue about it, the functionality of it, and it has to be believable. And then we have to work that into our game worlds. So I'm just wondering, have you brought any of that into like your gaming kind of experience? Because obviously you did architecture for a while beforehand.
Yeah, absolutely. So I feel like this is why I like talking to game designers. Actually, I'm gonna just quickly turn off my background because it's making my it's making my there we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I did actually. So this is why I like talking to game designers about the process, because I feel like game design is one of those disciplines that has never built a process, or like different people have built different processes. And like, I know like within academia, loads of people have been like, you know, trying to consolidate it, but it's still kind of up in the air. You know, architecture is architecture has been for much longer than I mean, as a discipline, it's been much longer than video games, game design. So they're much more entrenched in like a process. So what I kind of did is I just kind of grabbed the same process from architecture school and brought it into games. In architecture school, the process was kind of like, so the first section would be research. So you'd just be looking at, you know, what's out there, what's the brief, pick up the design pillars, and look at what other buildings there are out there and what they did. Then you get into paper prototyping. So you take out tracing paper and start sketching some ideas over, you know, plans, sections, elevations, all of that. Then in that week, we would take it to our tutor, and the tutor would kind of grab a red pen and like mark things that were wrong, things that, you know, should be different. And then we'd go back and, you know, do it all over again. So that was like kind of like the iteration part. And we'd have like different tools to do that with. So, you know, one would be like, sketching, and then one would be like mocking up. So like paper prototyping, which really like grabbing like paper and mocking up a model. 3D modeling as well. So we did lots of like, you know, white boxing from level design. And we just iterate on that until we're happy with the design. Then we go into like, okay, let's do some proper cross sections, plans, elevations, all of that, and then present the final design. And I feel like games fits that really well.
I mean, what you just described there does sound like a very traditional level design process, like the research. So you get reference images of the space you're trying to create, then you'll do the block out. I guess the red pen part would be us playing through our block outs and iterating on them because they don't quite work right. So we'll identify problem areas, change them, test again, and do that over and over again. And the cross-section stuff, I guess that's when you've locked down the blueprint. So like, I guess the layout of the building, for example, that would be us sending it off to art. And that's when we can't touch it or our producers get very cross at us. So.
What about you, Mark? What's your process like?
I guess it depends on the exact bit that you're working on, really. But yeah, so it can vary quite a lot. And like for Lost Words, we had the two very distinct sections of the game. So we had like the diary section and then the fantasy world, and we kind of designed both of those quite differently because the diary pages were all it's sort of they're very distinct and isolated from each other. So we just had like a slide deck, and we could kind of throw in images from Google image search and kind of just have reference stuff in there and kind of block out what they were going to be like, and then it was really easy to kind of move it around. And then for the fantasy world stuff, it was a bit trickier because the levels were kind of really long, and so we used a program called draw.io for blocking them out, but I was never all that happy with it, really. It was like quite clunky and not very easy to iterate and kind of feedback on, and then put everything into the game as a block out, and then tested it out to see how it played and move things around, cut bits, and and then do the kind of polish pass on it from there.
What about users? What's your process?
I mean, I guess it also depends, because often it kind of starts from like I love a one-page game design document, so that will generally like underpin the entire process, and it'll change quite drastically. But the main process I've kind of kept with me from the choreography is so we had a few weeks of really fast iterative design. Now, the piece I made there was ridiculous and involved me standing very still with lots of projectors and mirrors and lots of looped videos and stuff, because it was still performance art instead of games. But basically every single day, everyone like made something in 2 hours, and then you presented it and then had to listen in silence as everyone told you what they saw and what they thought your piece was about and what they thought it was. And it was a group of like 40 people or something like that, just telling you things that you didn't know existed in your piece or were just blatantly wrong because I made a misstep of how I presented something. And that kind of, I guess that kind of thinking, because even though I can't always do that anymore, that having like people who have no idea what's going on, basically telling you what they thought it was about or what you're supposed to do, is really useful. So my process is really because I'm able to have real people in the space and see how that they do, or even for the ones that I don't, because it's just play testing. It's iterative play testing constantly. I have become very good at figuring out where I can get lots of play testers often, because it was especially necessary. But that kind of like listening and going, okay, this is completely not what I thought I was presenting. That's really useful to know, is a huge part of my kind of like, a huge part of my process.
But I think that's just a huge part of games in general, right?
Yeah.
And it's one thing I'll always kind of like champion and kind of put on. It's like the earlier you can start getting something tested, whether it be a mechanic, it be a level, or it be an actual mission, depending on where you are in development. As a designer, like getting a designer to test it is great. but they're usually on your team, they usually know what you're doing, you usually know the same process you're going through. So the better form of testing you're going to get, at least at that early stage, is if you can grab an artist or you can grab a programmer to come and test this, and they'll give you feedback just by watching them. And like you said, Liz, it's like they just reveal so much stuff that you wouldn't see, because you know the level like the back of your hand, you built it. You can't be objective anymore. You need some outside inspiration from it.
And if you can get it in the hands of people outside the studio, then even better. But it's sometimes tricky to do that, especially at a bigger studio. But that was one thing I found quite freeing and handy about it being our own thing, of we could show whoever we wanted, whenever we wanted. And so yeah, it did make it nice and easy to get feedback. Although as we went on, it got harder and harder, because to begin with, when we had the first like hour of gameplay, you could take it to a show and get loads of feedback, but then as the game got longer, it gets harder and harder, and like now a playthrough is like 5 and a bit hours often, and so it's a bit trickier to, especially with the current pandemic situation, to get people to sit down with you and play it through and get all of that feedback. But yeah, it is definitely like so vital and makes such a difference, because there's always ways of like people interpret things differently, or something that you thought was really clear absolutely isn't. And it just makes such a massive difference, doesn't it? And sometimes even you might learn stuff of like players all think one thing works a certain way, and rather than just trying to communicate the way that you've designed it, you can say, actually, we're going to kind of go with what everyone thinks. If they all think it should work this way, then let's do that. The path of least resistance.
Guess we should ask another question now. That seems like a thing that should
Actually, I've got a question, maybe. So what, I know some of us have gone to university to study game design. So how did you find that helped you in your role? Or did it?
I guess we worked on a few projects, which was useful because you're getting hands-on experience. In hindsight, we should have done even more, I think, and more of our own hobby projects outside of university. And I didn't know what a game jam was back then. I'm not sure if they'd even been invented. More of that would be good. But yeah, it's definitely handy to be actually starting to make games, because I think that's the thing that makes the biggest difference, just getting that practice in and making some bad games and failing early and learning from that.
I think, yeah, similar to Mark, it's like in uni, the course was quite structured to give you a very diverse range of skills. So you did a bit of modeling, you did web development in first year, you did some graphics and stuff like that. And like, overall, if we know in game development, you need UI, you need blockout. So you need these like at least base level fundamental skills, and you start to specialize towards the end. But yeah, just building more content. So I think the university course, at least it got me looking at editors, which I might not have heard of or used before. So it actually got me building stuff. I probably never used the creation kit again, but it's like I did dabble in that a little bit. But once again, it's that isolated thing where it's not necessarily a lot of transferable skills in there. Like the process for building stuff is probably transferable, but when you build something, the logic you do and the way you build it and the level can only be used in one specific place. But yeah, one of the hardest things I think is figuring out how to build it, because the most daunting thing is opening Unity and not having anything. If you're not a programmer, you can't really code anything, right? So finding level editors. So as much as like the creation kit might be a bit weird, just like finding an editor that gives you all these assets to just go and build some gameplay and then iterate on that like afterwards. Like having more of that, I think, is important for a lot of university courses to consider. It's just getting students to build more and participate more in, like Mark said, like game jams and stuff. Just find them. You might not think you can do much, but with all the stuff in Unity and Unreal now, I'm sure you can put something together, and just having loads of them, each one you do will get gradually better.
Yeah. Actually, on the topic of like easy game making tools, like I absolutely love things like Bitsy or Twine or even like Game Maker, which make making games really easy. like I know when I first started getting into game design, a lot of people say, oh, but you need to know how to program to do that. And like, actually, no, I don't need to know how to program.
No.
I remember spending so much time on like computer science online courses, trying to learn how to program. And then like, I don't actually use programming in my job. Because you don't need to know how to program to be a game designer.
The tools are just getting better and better, aren't they? And there's, you know, sort of improved visual scripting and yeah, with the engines that you mentioned, and there's always new ones coming out, and they're being made more user friendly as well. So I think as it goes on, it's just going to get easier and easier to like to prototype and to develop your own games with just a sense of logic rather than full programming.
Yeah, I think especially the visual scripting side of it, I think everything is going down the visual right now. We can do shaders visually with stuff like shader graph. You can do VFX in Unity now with their visual effects graph. You're not having to code anywhere near as much as what you used to. I do think it's important to understand the fundamentals. I don't mind going through and understanding how a program works, because it does help, especially with problem solving, even making a visual flow graph for logic, right? Like understanding those basics makes it much easier to throw all the nodes together you need to make something actually happen. And I do feel without that, I would still struggle to do visual scripting, for instance, if I didn't actually understand how something should function. But yeah, not a strong coder.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I think it is important to know like generally the logic of coding, so that you can have conversations with programmers and understand why the design does or doesn't work and how to tweak it so it does. But beyond that, I think you don't need to sit down and like the intricacies of C#.
Well, it's like when I was mostly doing choreography, I thought I needed to know exactly how a light board worked and how lighting design worked. I needed to know how the sound design worked. I learned how to be a stagehand and do rigging and build stuff. I didn't really need to know any of that. Like, it was fun. I wouldn't like take that information away. Like, I can run a QLab board. I can do all of that kind of stuff. It's less relevant now, but at the time, but it was one of those things. Like the most useful thing I learned was how to be a designer that could talk to multiple disciplines and respect multiple disciplines. And when people come from, especially because I tend to work in these cross-disciplinary spaces of both theater, tech, games, all of these things at once. Being able to know what the people are working with and their challenges, and being able to communicate in a language that is shared or create it when necessary, which has been necessary. I've had to explain what games are in many pitches for places that just do not work with games. But it's been interesting how much of what I thought I needed to know, I really didn't.
I think that's like why when you first start being a designer, you're kind of a little bit of a jack of all trades, because you've tried to learn all these additional skills thinking you need them. So you kind of almost become like a master of nothing at the very beginning, right? Because you don't quite know what you need to focus on to like kind of fit in. And then once you start building games with a team or anything like that, like that's when you start to realize, I can actually just focus on the design aspect. I don't need to worry about, I need to learn how to script, I need to learn how to rig, I need to learn how to animate. It's like, no, other people can do that. And like, there's not, obviously some people do everything and they go down the one-man band route, and like, that's fine, but it's not essential. You don't need to do that just to become a designer, like overall. It's too much work.
Do you sometimes worry about the number of game design courses and like how many people are kind of going through it versus the number of jobs, and like how many companies actually employ a junior game designer? Because often, you know, the role of designer means you're working with other people and you're having to kind of communicate things to them. And if you go in as a junior and you're having to tell people with a lot more experience who know a lot more about what they're doing and what is going on than you do, then it can be tricky. So there is a limited number of experiences, and especially if the courses are not so good and they're not teaching you some of that logic and those great tools and having you actually make stuff and it's all theory, then could be, you know, making it difficult going forward.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of students who go into game design without knowing that it's whether it is exactly specifically game design that they want to do. They think like, oh, I want to do something in games in general, so they take a game design course. I've definitely seen, I mean, it might be different now, but I definitely saw that a lot when I was doing the masters, and I talked to a lot of the people in the masters and the undergrad, that like not all of us wanted to be game designers. Like some wanted to be producers, some wanted to be artists, some wanted to work in VFX. It was very varied, but I think it's because like the title of the course is games. It just attracted people who were like generally interested in games.
I think like it's during that period of time as well, that's where I hopefully figure out what area of games you want to be in, right? And that's why I think courses have to be a little bit varied. So you dabble in a bit of 3D. Okay, this is where I want to specialize. I want to go be an environment artist. Or you do a bit of production, which one thing I would say is like if you're working as a designer in the industry, like I think there's a little bit of a producer in you all the time. Like it can't go away. It's like you own the content you build, right? Whether you work on a game on a small team, like you've got to champion that content once it's out of your hands. Chase up the art, chase up the animation. So there's a bit of a producer in all of us at the end of the day.
Sometimes I feel like there's a bit of a conflict there though with design and production, because the designer in you is saying like more stuff and let's make this really cool and what can we do and how can we make this as good as possible, and the producer is saying how can we get this done on time and to budget, and no you can't do that, and this is all
but that's where your actual producer comes in and stops you. The little producer inside you can stop and you can squash that like down, but that's when your actual producer has to stop you.
I guess we have a little producer in our head.
Yeah.
We've got great game ideas.
It's like can I do this? Yes. Do I have time to do this? We'll see.
For a lot of the games, I had to be both like the lead game designer and the production director, and that was always very tricky of that kind of balance of finding like, okay, I want the game to be as good as possible, but also we are 100% not crunching, and the tickets are sold. The tickets are sold. The day is this day. You don't go back from that, because they will show up at the venue and either the game will work on the phones or you'll be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
So how did that work out then? That you resolved that design production conflict within yourself, all right, and it opened.
I changed our process a bit and made it so that we had a few weeks of previews before the first couple of weeks, after a couple of
so you built
launches
testing into your process where it wasn't there before.
Yeah, had the final play test in that, like, once we actually had like enough bodies in a room or in a park to stress test it, because obviously that's the point everything goes wrong. It's like, yes, this works fine with 2 people.
I guess like obviously games, there is a process to follow when you're like developing a game or something, but have you found it's never the same? So it's like every project it's different. Yeah,
I guess the only way it would be, or even if you're making a sequel, it's still you change things and it's different. So if there ever was a time when you'd done exactly the same thing before, then you should worry, because
that's kind of my point. It's like I think we learn from every project we do, but it's like the process is always going to change, right? Whether it be for technology, it be for update reasons, or like you said, you don't want to produce the same thing with a new coat of paint, right? Like that's not what you want to end up doing. But it's definitely one of the things I think it means you keep learning. And that's one of the exciting things, especially in the field of design. Like you have to learn about the new tech. Like for instance, next generation consoles, we have at least the PS5, we have new controllers, right? So we can now use different sensors to interact with players that we could never use before, which might change how we think about designing a character controller or the warp system or anything like that. So I kind of like when we get to that point in the generation where we can go back to the drawing board, because it's just a whole new rule set to learn how to leverage again.
Yeah. can't remember the title of it, but Jason Schreier's book is really good, looking at kind of, well, all different sizes of companies and all the different issues they went through with their games. And it's got indie titles in there, but also big AAA ones like Diablo 3 and Dragon Age, like 2 or 3, I think. And and the issue, and you think, with those, surely, they know they're big companies, they're some of the most experienced people in the world, they've made 1 or 2 iterations of this game before, like there can only be so many things that can go wrong. But actually, because every game is always different, there's always like an infinite amount of things that can go wrong. And while you've learned from the past one and you're like, okay, well, we're not going to make that mistake again, but then there's 10,000 other mistakes that you can and probably will make with something when it's just a bit different from what you've done before.
Well, I think we're getting close to the end of our time here. Yes, I'm pretty sure I can count. So
good.
It's one of those moments where you doubt yourself about this, like the smallest thing. I was like, wait a second. I guess, does anyone have a question that we want to end on? Like,
I've got a question. Book recommendations. Does anyone have like a book? Yeah, a game design book that.
Well, why don't you start, Rosa? Because I have all of these books are Rosa's.
Gave them to you before quarantine, and they're still there.
they've moved house with me.
Aww. Glad you're taking care of them. I guess for me, the one I keep recommending is Making Deep Games by Doris C. Rush.
Oh,
which this probably has there
right now.
somewhere.
So otherwise, I would have gone like ta-da. So sorry.
I think it's I know it's not that well known, but I think it's probably like one of the best game design books I've ever read. It's one of those books that made me feel very validated in the way I design, because I had always I kind of designed in a very similar way to the way she does. And seeing it on paper, seeing it in a book, me going, yes, I am going in the right way. But yeah, she basically talks about designing games for meaning. So like, how do you design mechanics so that express things about life or communicate an emotion or an idea? How do you go about designing those sort of things?
Okay, so I have like a few. They're like kind of broad design books, but like there's Level Up, which is kind of one I go back to quite often, and it is just a more generalized approach to looking at mechanics, like how you do that one-page design document stuff that you used to talk about, and talking about design in a broad way. I always recommend Level Design: Concept Theory and Practice by Rudolf Kramers. It's not a super new book, it's quite old, but it's one I picked up in uni, and it's like the lessons it teaches you, it's like they're still practical and applicable today. And then one of my favorite ones, especially for building levels, is the like small like coffee book, table book, is the 101 Things I Learned in Architecture School, because every page is like a new technique of how you can just build something into a level, and it's just really easy to digest. But yeah, they've helped me a lot.
I really like Jesse Schell's book of lenses. I think that's really good.
Really good one.
Really smart guy. And
Liz is just like, right? Yeah.
Ray Costa's Theory of Fun is great as well. I really enjoyed that. And I've been meaning to pass it around to non-games industry people, because I think it's a great kind of window on what making games is all about.
And mine's on my Kindle, and I can't remember its name. So,
what's it about, like specifically?
It's actually it's a really simple book about like kind of like going through the process of being a game designer. So, but for me, it's the vocabulary, because I've come from a different portion of, like, basically I went to school for design, like a master's in design, and decided that games is what I wanted to design. Or like, so I find what I'm most anxious about is that I don't know the words.
Right. Okay.
And so for me, this book, which I could probably just look it up on on my phone here, this like it really helped me, like kind of like what Rosa was saying, is like, oh yeah, I totally do that. Like I've been doing that process. Like actually, I've been doing that in my like choreography since I was 16 when I was choreographing those things. It's the same process that I did then. And I should probably know what the name is.
I guess we're still kind of in the process of coining some of the terms, because game design is still, or especially digital, still, I guess, kind of new in terms of compared to other mediums, and so it's still kind of finding its feet, and we're still inventing that language for it.
Definitely.
But yeah, it was just like, it was really handy because it just had a glossary at the back of the book. Like, I mean, it sounds so simple, but it's one of those like shared languages of like, I've worked with a dramaturg for my games. That's not the term that you would use. And she had a very specific role in the game. And it's like, okay, well, what is, and I know like some of the names are different. Everyone has a different word for everything, which isn't helping, by the way, of like, okay. What is this role? Is this the role that I was expecting it to be? No, it's not the role I was expecting it to be.
That is really tricky in the games industry. Well, at Marmalade, we were hiring a game designer, and then we had like artists apply from different industries, because designer to them means artist, and so they were like,
like graphic design.
I did all the images in this game, and we were like, but what game mechanics did you do? And they were like, well, I drew this, and we were like, no, we seem to be on cross page. And then we've had the same thing with hiring producers at Sketchbook, and we've kind of had people with different skill set, and I guess it's one of those things of between different companies and different games, the roles can, there's so many different responsibilities and aspects to the job that it's very rare that something is exactly the same way it is at another studio.
The most confusing.
I've got
the name now.
I've got the book.
She found it.
Games, Design, and Play, A Detailed Approach to Iterative Game Design by Colleen Macklin and John Sharp.
Nice.
But I know, I'm sorry, I think we are coming very close to the end of our time. So Rose, if you want to say something quickly, and then we should all wrap up, say our names again, and wherever we want people to find us. So
gosh, now it feels like this has to be like the concluding thing when it wasn't at all a concluding thing.
Spotlight on you. Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that it gets particularly confusing when you're working with people from outside of games. That design means something very different when you're working for someone from tech or like product design or UI, UX design. Like they have very different, they talk about, for example, design systems. And for them, design systems means like typography, a color palette, these sort of things, which is very different from like a game system. So
that's for sure.
Yeah. Anyway, that was not at all the final conclusion.
Well, do you want to finish off with who you are and your Twitter, and then I guess we'll just sign off for the night or day or whenever this is airing.
It's a mystery. There you go.
Mystery time, infinite time.
So,
okay, sure.
Oh, go ahead.
Go. So, this always happens. So I'm Rosa, freelance game designer, and you can find me at MoreEllen on Twitter.
So I'm at Mark Backler on Twitter, and our project Lost Words is at Lost Words Game on Twitter. It's out on Stadia now, and it's out on Steam, PS4, Xbox One, and Switch early next year. And we have a Steam page as well if anyone wants to check it out and give us a wish list.
And I'm Jonathan. You can find me at Omni/92 on Twitter. I'm a level designer, so just hit me up. I'm always game to talk design. So
cool. And again, I'm Ziz. You can find me on Twitter at CSilkGames, and I'm a freelance game designer. And this has been Game Design, Things You Should Know. and I'm sure there'll be other things, but I haven't been told to say anything else. So I think we'll sign off there. Sound good?
Yeah.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Alex L, and I'm the Community Manager for Space Team VR, and welcome to Space Team VR Behind the Scenes panel at EGX Digital 2020. I'm going to introduce you guys to the rest of the team.
Cool. I'm Simon Barrett. I'm CEO and co-founder of Cooperative Innovations. Been in games for 21 years, programmer originally.
Okay, I'm Brian Marshall. I'm the CTO at Cooperative Innovations and the design director.
My name's Marion Felix. I'm the executive assistant to the senior management team, and I'm the office manager.
Hi, my name is Nela, and I was in charge of the art direction for the game.
I'm Chris, and I was the animator on Space Team VR.
So I'm Scott. I was one of the coders on Space Team.
Hi, I'm Greg. I was a programmer on Space Team VR.
I'm Jack. I'm a programmer on Space Team.
I'm Emma Cooper. Who knew? I am business development consultant.
Hi, my name's Fran. I'm a technical designer and I worked on prototypes for UI and controls for Space Team. You won't see very much of me because I'm away on holiday at the moment, but yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of the feature.
VR has always been a big part of what I loved about the potential for the future of gaming and everything in life. So I had a VR headset when I was 12 years old and kind of believed that VR was going to be the future of a lot of things we do. So when Brian and I co-founded Cooperative Innovations, VR and multi-user was a big part of it. So that kind of led on to Space Team being the ultimate sort of game we should be making as a company. Multiplayer gaming, so cooperative gaming, board games and stuff is something I play with my family a lot. So we play a lot of fun games, whether it's Escape or Dungeons and Dragons type stuff. Very much into co-op play, which you can play quickly with each other. And Space Team, of course, was kind of one of those games, digital games, which you could play on mobile, and then the board game and could really enjoy. So I think when we're looking at games which really fit with what we're doing at Cooperative Innovations in terms of our multiple user tech and having fun together in a social VR environment, Space Team made a lot of sense. And so from probably before we even started the company in early 2016, we sort of knew that Space Team potentially was something which would be great to do something like Space Team. And so we just thought, well, let's reach out to Henry to see if the Space Team license might be available, because obviously it was a well-known mobile game and obviously the board game was happening as well. And so licensing that was going to be really interesting for us to push a well-known mobile game onto the social VR platform, what we could do with it.
The first time we spoke to Henry on the phone, I was like a mega nerd. I was really embarrassed. And it was just, he was so sweet and so brilliant and so enthusiastic. And we were like, we really want to make sure that, we've got the vibe right, that we're paying attention to the game that I love. And he was so awesome. And I thank God it wasn't in person, because I would have been in bits. I would have been absolute bits.
We made some very early prototypes, which were all from Fran, and they were based around what can we expand in VR from the original game. So for example, we started out with having 3 panels rather than one. A central one and one off to the left and right side. But that was too much chaos. You're having to turn your head constantly and go across. Didn't work that well. We experimented with things like placement of the monitor, the instructions, because the focus of Space Team isn't the instructions and it isn't your control panel. It's the other people on your Space Team. You're wanting to enjoy their own chaos. You laugh at the mistakes, help them out where they can, and that shared sense. It's the fun of playing a game together in the same room when you're not in the same room.
I remember doing like silly layout tests in the kitchen in our office building. So like we'd just sort of like ransack the kitchen, pull like 15 chairs out, and we'd all sit at various angles and degrees facing each other to see like, can I see everybody? Does this feel good? So we sat in like wedge shapes, we sat in like a circular formation. We tried like doing the captainship thing where like one person is at the front and then there's like several people in front of you. And then we eventually settled on this like circular like prototype, which you can see in the current game, where everybody's looking at each other. We eventually got kicked out of the kitchen because we weren't supposed to be dragging chairs around and making other people feel awkward about coming in to make food.
I was actually the first person to do Space Team after the initial blueprint prototype that Fran did. So it was just me for a couple of months, and then laying out the systems, the basics, getting things sorted, the foundations and so forth. And then Jack and Greg joined me, and we worked on all the systems together, so the instruction system and so forth.
I joined Cooperative Innovations back in November of 2018, which feels like eons ago now. And I've done everything on the game from gameplay to AI, tools, localization, and system stuff.
We all ended up doing a variety of tasks, a lot of gameplay stuff. So working on some of the controls, such as the slider, I think I did. There was a slingshot at some point that I spent a good while at the start working on that we never implemented. The big thing that I worked on for a while that kept coming back was the goop and the oil.
The goop on the original game, kind of oil or muck on your panel's a big thing, but to bring that across into 3D and network it and the rest of it is surprisingly difficult to do. And that was one way I worked through with Greg to explain different ways of looking at memory and techniques like that to get a practical system for it, which we got there in the end, and you end up with just a nice friendly system, so you don't have to think about all the different things we've had to do to get there. You just grab a sponge and clear the oil off your panel, clear the goop, shoot the slimes.
Yeah, so tests in the office are always like incredibly chaotic, especially when you've got like you're testing a 6-player multiplayer game. You have to have everybody stop what they're doing, and when the office is functionally like 10 to 12 people, everyone just sort of have to stop what they're doing and like jump on the test. Anyone else who wasn't in the tests was sort of left listening to us screaming at each other. So there's 6 people all screaming nonsense words at each other in VR. So you've got, you activate the ball cock or like flip the transponder, and the poor sod who was left to like out of this test, who's probably really trying to work, has to put their headphones on and like grin and bear 6 very Yorkshire people like all screaming at each other.
So my favorite thing is just how like chaotic and hectic it gets. Like I'm shouting stuff and it's good. Sometimes you're playing so fast that I haven't even realized what I'm shouting is actually what's on my controls, and it's actually me that's missed it. But I'm getting like little microaggressions. But yeah, I love how it kind of brings out the best within whoever you're playing with, and also their worst when they get so annoyed at you and then they realize it's them, but that's usually my fault. And that's my favorite part, is when you're like loving everyone and you're like, great, we're doing amazing, and then you just like the next second you just want to kill each other because you're not doing it fast enough and you want to do well and you're like screaming, and it's amazing.
With playtests and things, I would say the biggest memories have been getting features working and then people not expecting them across the team. Because obviously inside the team, you should have a good sense of what's coming, what's going, and then just seeing the joy come out of people when something they weren't expecting, but it's actually systems we've been building and working on all coming together for those bits. Simple things like someone throwing a hammer through a basketball hoop. It's a little aside that we managed to get in through the team. There's no massive systems or anything behind it. It is literally just there to try add a little moment of joy in the game. Everything like that's just magical.
All the silly things I think that can happen during playtests. So the silly control names that sometimes pop up and people are laughing during tests because they can't pronounce them, and things going wrong, even the bugs, because Space Team's all about comedy going wrong. And when you get bugs that happen, I think it just adds to that and it makes everyone laugh.
We had some crazy bugs. I like the one where the console would breakdance because you'd accidentally grabbed it, and if you turned your wrist, the console would try and like move along with your hand, but obviously it's got physics objects attached to it, so it just bounces around the scene instead. Breakdancing consoles isn't what you want, especially when you're like, oh god, what is happening? Is this possessed? Did I do this? Oh, I think we left something on.
And so whenever we had bugs, whether it was the heads being too large, which ended up being something we brought in there with the large head mode and the mini heads with the high pitch and low pitch voices and stuff, that kind of stuff was really nice to see when that just worked and the audience kind of got it.
Essentially, a bug became a feature not through there being something wrong with it, through us thinking that was actually quite a funny situation. We could recreate it, but with actual functionality.
I think the worst bug we had was you could pick other people up in VR. I don't know how it happened or what got left on, but you walk over to someone, you know, you're testing out the Ichabod, you're doing like the, you're trying to see like, does your hands and, you know, your body correspond to what you're doing? And then you reach out and grab someone and then you lift them up and you hear the other person scream and you go, what? And you realize when you lift your hand back up, you've picked up their character model. You don't move people in VR without their consent. That will make them sick. And being picked up and thrown off the ship into space is the most horrifying thing you could possibly do to someone in VR. Yeah, we fixed that one pretty quickly.
This wasn't even a bug, this was deliberate. But for test, before I had a mirror in VR and I wanted to see what the avatar's face was doing when I was figuring out the facial expressions, I just made a giant head that was like my own head, but outside the ship, just staring at me. A bit like the Rick and Morty, show me what you got guy. A bit like that. And so whenever I was like speaking into the microphone or whatever he was doing, that face would be a mirror of mine, which is the massive head. And I really enjoyed that as a feature. I just quite liked this enormous space guy.
I think the game naturally is meant to be funny and chaotic, so we kind of had those pillars early on in terms of, you know, Henry gave us the original, it's kind of like a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or early Doctor Who-esque and a bit silly, not taking itself seriously, which, you know, very much fits with our British humour, and he's obviously Canadian, so he's got that same upbringing of comedy that we all did, you know, the Python-esque stuff as well. And so that combined with some of the other references we brought in into the game, whether it's art style or comedy and everything else, just worked really well.
There's an episode of Black Mirror where the space crew on, because Brian mentioned that name a lot of time of the episode, but that was one where they did like a modern version of Star Trek, like a parody. So I used that as well as like inspiration for how we could make the. So it was still based on the 60s, but it was also, you know, like with a little bit of a modern twist. Especially because we want to lean a bit more into the cartoony style, and part of cartoony style, I also drew some inspiration from like the Jetsons and the kind of like how, because I found that was quite like the idea of the 60s of like what their space age would look like, of like the crazy kinds of like floating billboards outside the window, or these kind of ray guns, or what else? Like crazy hair dryers, how breakfast is served, robot butlers, that kind of stuff. So it makes it a little bit more interesting, you know. So they are playable characters, right? They are not necessarily characters with a certain personality. So what I did is like we wanted to make it like inclusive. So we have different heads from like different kinds of ethnicities, both like male and female version, as well as like a few alien heads. But I think the ones that I thought was most interesting for me was making those human heads, because I based them off like famous people from the 60s and early 70s from like America and Asia and also the UK. Kind of like this, their hairstyles, the way they did the makeup, and how it fit with like the fashion style from that time as well. And it was interesting for me to try and translate that into like the cartoony version that we were going for, the stylized version for Space Team, and make them a little bit recognizable. Obviously, I didn't just want to copy what they looked like, so it's not like purely based on one particular person.
We spent a long time talking about how we were going to effectively recreate a sci-fi movie poster. So I really wanted that Guardians of the Galaxy, really Galaxy Quest vibey, that kind of like ever so slightly ridiculously proud of the fact that I'm holding a sponge up. I'm fighting an alien with it. I'm not sure how successful that came across. One of the first comments we had back from people that we spoke to was that they all looked a bit too competent. But so like maybe the irony didn't come across properly, but that's something that we're working on for next launch, next release. So when we do PSVR launch, there'll be a whole new set of key art that kind of speaks to that.
So yeah, working on the trailer was a wild experience. It's like immediately when I joined the team, the trailer, getting a trailer was the main objective of like what we need to do for like marketing and such. So I started gathering footage together, making a plan of like what I want to do, and I had this like storyboard where we had like segments in real life and segments in the game, and showing obviously players, and then the cross-platform play with mobile play, and it was all planned out and beautifully done. And then COVID-19 happened, so all the contacts I'd made, the casting I'd done with like local actors and stuff, all fell to shambles. So yeah, it was like a real fight or flight moment where I was like, right, I've got to restructure this plan and work with what I've got. And so yeah, I just really lent into the kind of just frantic fun of Space Team VR, like, you know, showing the viewer perspective. We got Live SDK 1.0 integrated, and so I was able to do mixed reality capture, just set up in my room, filming frame games with other friends and other team members. And yeah, it was a rush of an experience, and there are many moments where I didn't think that I'd be able to pull it together. But I think the trailer that we got in the end was a pretty fair representation of Space Team VR, and that yeah, we just kind of kept the vibe and the comedy and the humor going through the tone of the social media, and then the branding and marketing. Like yeah, I just wanted to try and tie together the Space Team experience under like a strong aesthetic and a strong tone of humor, and I think we managed to kind of do that. But yeah, I do wonder what the original trailer idea would have been like in a non-COVID universe. But yeah, it is what it is. Also, yeah, shout out to Pit Stop Audio, because like I adore the music that you guys put together for our like trailer, and also like the different sound effects in the game. Like sound was my degree originally when I did like university and such, and I just love the music, and like it made my entire editing experience just like so much better having this like awesome song to like edit along to and cut to. So thank you guys, big love.
What I did was sort of split into two camps, because you've got the players who are not animated really, they're sort of piloted, and so the goal there was to give players the ability to express themselves, and that's that obviously comes through in a lot of the accessories and things that they can equip, but it also comes through in are they able to gesture to each other, and you know, all that sort of stuff. But in the robots, I suppose the first place I looked was just things like I wanted it to be cute. I wanted them to be sort of Pixar kind of big eyes, and just communicating with the player in a physical manner, because they don't speak. They do actually, don't they, occasionally? But for the most part, they don't speak. Yeah, I was just looking at anything sort of cute and bouncy, and that was my starting point for those guys. Yeah, I really wanted them to be, I think mischievous is the best word to describe them, and I imagined them as being that if this was a real thing, they would be a hindrance to you. They wouldn't be. They would be the worst crew, but in a lovable way. So yeah, they're poking at things and they're dropping things, and they're just they're messing it up a little bit. But yeah, I was looking at things like WALL-E was probably the first example. You've got all these robots on the ship when they get to, you know the bit I mean, when they get to the ship in the second half, and you've got these robots, each one's got a little job to do, whether it's like sweeping up or putting makeup on or all that sort of daft stuff. So yeah, I was looking at stuff like that, these simple but charming floating cubes, I suppose is what they are. And and I wanted them to be, I wanted them to have that mischievous sort of personality, that playfulness. Traditionally, what my job would be creating sort of canned animations, which are almost, for lack of a better word, recorded in the 3D package, and then they're just played back in the game whenever something happens, pressing a button, wherever it would be. There was no animation that was created for the player avatars. All we've got as a reference, as you know, is the headset that the player's wearing and the controllers in their hand, and that's it. So my job was to figure out how to take that information, those 3 coordinates in space, and map that to the player character in a way that's plausible, because we don't know when their hand has gone up here, for example. We don't know if the elbow is really here or if it's over there or whatever it might be. And so it was an awful lot of figuring out a set of rules that are used to move the various parts of the character.
The facial expressions would respond to what's going on with your control panel at the time. So if there's a fire on it, then your character starts to look sort of shocked and scared, and his mouth up, or his or her mouth is open. So while you're doing things and saying things, you've also got this scared look going on, and obviously looking happy at the end of a round when you completed something. So those aspects, until we get hardware where you can be tracking what a person's face is doing, what their expressions are, really gives a lot of believability to it. And that's kind of linked to the other sort of work we've got on other tech we have, like the automatic blink and gaze of what object you'd be looking at that time, or if you're looking at another avatar or a person who's speaking, just adds a lot more believability to those digital humans. And then other aspects, we've got our voice chat system, which is again linked to the lip sync side of things. That's another system which we used on this, coupled with the various multiplayer networking tech we've developed. So yeah, it is a good showcase of the work and the experience we have in building multiplayer VR. And obviously, yeah, that's really nice that we've got that to build on top of, and we know the tools so well because we developed them in-house, and also license them out to other people as well.
I think it just adds to that uniqueness as well. So you can accessorize yourself. You can pick a head that fits you best, like whether it's an alien head or a human head, it doesn't matter. You can pick a body that suits you, and then you're in the game with like your family members or your friends, and you're moving your hands around and you're talking, and it really feels like if you know the people you're playing with, even if they don't say anything, just from like the hand movements or just the way they move in general, you can tell who it is, which is quite fun. And because of the lip sync as well in the game, it just really feels like it's them.
When we were testing as a group, we were in the same space, and I kind of like, I find it really hard sometimes to stop myself from saying real world, because the physical world is just as real to me as the digital world. And we stopped hanging out in the physical world, but we're still hanging out in the digital world. And those times were really important for my mental health. Like, not just to know that we were continuing with development and being able to hang out with everybody, but actually to physically be in the same space. And I think there's a lot more that we can learn from how this technology can help people who are working remotely. I think the other thing that was really, it was stupidly cute. I hope they don't mind me saying, we did a test with HTC because we need to get the game onto Viveport, and the team that we played, so we had like I think it was 5 of us played a game, a couple of rounds, and 3 of the guys have not physically seen each other at that point for months. And they were just, I was like, so should we play? And they were like, hang on a minute. And they were just, you know, that stuff we do where we throw sponges around and shoot them. They just did that for 20 minutes. And they were absolutely over the moon to be in a physical space together. They loved the game anyway, but just hanging out in a physical space with people. And even though the avatars are not realistic, and they're not like, the avatars do not look like as much as I'd love to look like some of the avatars. It's not how I look. And the same with you. I know who you are in a group of avatars because I know your body language. And there's something really, there's a deep human connection that I'm genuinely surprised that we get out of such a silly game.
Our first public appearance was EGX in 2019, and the response we got was like overwhelming. So we'd spent the 2-3 weeks running up to EGX, like we were really putting a lot into this build. Like we wanted to make sure that this build was the perfect build, and it was crashing. Like we were having crashes, things weren't working, we were getting obscure bugs appear for no reason, and the entire weekend was definitely an experience. I still remember the first thing someone said to us was like, we're setting up on the Thursday, and 2 people walked past our like stand, and I was thinking like I was really anxious. Nobody knew who we were. Like we're a part of the indie corner, so we had this like tiny square footage, and 2 people walked past and they said to each other. One of them went, "Dude, Space Team," and the other one went, "Yeah, in VR." And it's sort of like that sort of set the tone for the rest of the weekend. We had this like wonderful response. We had people who were such fans of the original mobile game. They were stood next to our booth playing the mobile game, waiting for the booth to be empty so they could go back in and play again together. We've got some photos of like some of the fans, and it was my first like, hey, maybe games is good. Like you put a lot of yourself into a game, and you and the office play it for like a year and a half solid, and then you show your baby to people. You're terrified. You think, are people going to like this? If they do like it, is that good? Like if they don't like it, what are you going to do? And yeah, it was like EGX was like definitely an elite experience. Like it made me realize that okay, games is good. Like making other people feel happy is good.
The Tentacle Zone at EGX, the way they behaved, the way they helped us is unlike any other kind of support, business support that we've had. The business support you get from kind of like government institutions is great, but the business support you get from other games businesses is ridiculously good. Rob and his crew are the best. They're the absolute best. So I think one of the reasons why EGX went so well is because they looked after us really well.
It was so sort of affirming to put players into this thing and get the feedback that it works. And I don't mean works technically, I mean that the game worked. People responded to it and people liked it. And that was just the biggest morale boost for me personally, was just seeing people really enjoying it. Because it's so easy, I think, to get too close to what you're working on and stop. You don't even consciously do this. Well, I don't consciously do this, but I kind of stopped believing that, you kind of stop believing in it on some level. And it's just work after a while. And then seeing players enjoying it, that kind of brings you right back to, oh no, this is a game and it's fun and people are going to really enjoy this. And it was the most valuable experience for me, I think. I was really pleased that I went just for that, just to see people really enjoying it and digging it. It was cool.
Yeah, so when we did Yorkshire Games Fest, that was aimed at children, like often younger than 12, which is kind of like a demographic that we hadn't really touched, because VR is mostly for like older people, but obviously we didn't want to take away their fun, and it was fine for them to be in VR for like a little bit, especially when they're quite young, and if they can't read yet, it was quite important that we were there to kind of like help them out a little bit.
So it was really nice to have an opportunity to see people enjoying the game, and it really brings that sense back of, well, it rewards you for making it. Like the reason I work in games is not, I mean, first of all, I enjoy the work that's involved, but secondly, I really get a lot of satisfaction from knowing I'm giving back to the games I've enjoyed throughout my life playing. All the satisfaction and kind of help I've got from them. It's nice to see that being given to other people from something that I've worked on myself. It's very cathartic. So yeah, it was really fun to see people react to it, and then see what's wrong with it, and then see what's right. And just to know that we made something that people are really enjoying. There was so many different responses. I remember some of the younger ones would just get in there and just look around. There was one little girl who just got in and was just having fun looking. I was like, do you want to get out of it? Are you okay? And I think they just said they disagree. They were like, I'm fine or something. And yeah, they weren't playing the game. They were just enjoying looking at the kind of scenario that we built up.
I just happened to bump into some of the people who were organising PAX and EGX. Got chatting to them. Obviously, we've known the EGX team for many years, and so that kind of conversation led on to the fact that we're doing Space Team. They were talking about the Omegathon and the fact that Space Team had been one of their previous slightly difficult but amusing games that they featured during the Omegathon, and we kind of floated the idea of Space Team VR being like a follow-on to that. It would be quite a humorous thing to do. And that kind of chat led on to an email chain of the conversation, and yeah, they offered us a spot on the Omegathon, which we had to keep secret for quite a while. And then Alex and I went over there in late February, one of the last games events before COVID, if not the last games event ever.
So yeah, PAX was an experience. Like even before I got on the plane, like it was the organizing of the build, working with the team to make sure that it would work in like an offline environment very well. So like hosting the server locally, like the EGX build we had was like good, but we'd come a long way since then. So it was almost like bringing a whole basically new game. And so just testing that with like Jack and Brian and other members of the team, like with a little tiny wireless router plugged into my laptop running the server, and also being the spectator, so people could see like in real life the people, and then on the screen mirrored the virtual counterparts in the game on the spaceship playing Space Team VR. And yeah, we had many sessions trying to get that to work and ironing out different things, getting like the voice chat to work and such. But yeah, it was a really cool experience, and I feel like I learned so much in kind of just like finding bugs and like helping out the team, and kind of almost in like a QA capacity, I guess, like kind of finding and ironing out bugs to make sure when we tested it and it ran, and that I knew how to do the setup on all of my gear. And yeah, it was really fun. And yeah, getting out there, and then obviously you had to keep the Omegathon a secret the entire time, which I think was easier being in England because not many people like go to PAX generally from the English kind of public and my friends. But being out there, like being on this stand in the corner, like behind Animal Crossing's giant beach. And yeah, just being like, oh, I've got to keep it a secret. And we had people coming being like, oh, we wonder what's going to be in the Omegathon. Oh, Space Team was in the old Omegathon. Is it going to be in this one? And we're just like, oh, we have no idea. But obviously, we knew all along. But doing the Omegathon, like, we get to like go behind the stage in this massive auditorium theater thing and like get it set up, and then run through some builds and like check it on the machines. And they're using original Oculus Rifts, so CV1s, and yeah, like for the live stream, I was sitting there, hands shaking on an Xbox controller as I was the spectator operator trying to do smooth camera movements to go out live on Twitch to however many thousand people were watching, and also people in the audience. But yeah, it was a wild experience, but like it was so fun, and it was so nice to see how well received the game was, because it really fitted into the kind of the pantheon of the Omegathon, obviously with the previous rounds linked to Space Team, and then the kind of just theme of it and how people were watching and seeing them overcome the challenges and kind of learn the game as they were playing it. Like yeah, it was really cool, and yeah, it was really nice to know that I've been part of like making that happen in so many different ways.
Well, one of the things that we're proud of with Space Team is we've been able to make the game play the same across a very wide range of platforms. So the core VR experience plays the same on a Quest with much lower kind of hardware performance as it does on the highest end PCs if you turn it up. Now that's coming to PSVR, which should be a nice thing again, that the whole design and location thing should play nicely to the PS Move. And then we've got the additional bits of going through with the face-to-face mode, where you can bring some mobile players in locally. There's a lot of people out in the world who have the preconceptions that VR is too hard, not for them, or just it's like, oh, is this going to be someone's going to put me on a plank experience or make it move and make me sick? Now we're happy that we've got an experience with Space Team VR that won't make people sick, that you can pass the headset between people and let them try it out. So hopefully we're going to both let people enjoy the kind of the shared experiences that Space Team can have, remote or in the same room, while opening up kind of VR and these experiences to a wider range of people. It's a very easy thing to kind of get into the game. You only have to know how to grip something, and then from then, the whole way we've designed the controls and the tools should be stuff where you don't have to go through a tutorial. You just got the utter basics, and the rest is just pure play. And pure play is where all the fun is. And again, when you're actually playing it in a team, it doesn't tend to matter too much whether you're winning or losing, because it's going together that is the fun bit.
At the end of the day, yeah, that's the core of Space Team VR. It's just having fun and like collaborating with people, be it your friends, be it strangers. It's just providing an environment in VR to just socialize and have a cool time and like just create wacky memories with all the different functions and names and mechanics that kind of coalesce together to make this really unique experience. So yeah, 100% we're supporting it and adding free updates to all the versions of the game. Like, we're bringing it to PSVR later in the year, and then yeah, there'll be new music controls, there'll be new tweaks and fixes, there'll be new customizable like glasses and hats and things. So yeah, like, I just think that overall we're just building up our audience, building up our features, and just doing more to make sure the Space Team is just a fun and wholesome and collaborative experience.
Greetings, friends, and welcome to Eurogamer. It is Saturday, the 18th? Saturday the 19th. Oh my word, I'm in an EGX digital time loop and I forgot what day it is. It's Saturday the 19th. We've got this day and tomorrow left of EGX digital, and I am celebrating today's stream offerings by bringing you a wonderful Super Bomberman Online community battle royale. Oh, I am still there. Let me continue playing. Yes, I am playing Super Bomberman Online on the Stadia now. Let me just bring the full game back up so it doesn't time up. So I've been doing a few of these on my personal YouTube channel, Platform 32, and what it is Super Bomberman Online R is a Stadia exclusive Super Bomberman game with a 64-player Bomberman Battle Royale in it. Now, because it is Stadia exclusive, obviously that means you need a Stadia account to play it. But what I found out, and what I've been telling all my my Platform 32 community and everyone who's been following me on Twitter as I've been trying to set this one up, is that you can get a month's free Stadia account if you go to stadia.google.com, I think it is, sign up for an account. You will have to enter your credit card details, so be warned about that. But as soon as you've signed up, you can then go into the settings, and remember to do this so you don't get a shock in a month's time. Go into the settings and deselect auto renewal. If you do that straight away, you will still get to keep a month free trial of Stadia. It will take you 5 minutes to set it up. It will take you 30 seconds or less to deselect the auto renewal. So in 5 minutes time, you will be able to play As long as you have a controller or a keyboard and some kind of screen to play it on, like a tablet, or I'm using a PC and a PS4 controller, you'll be able to jump straight in and join us. Now, this works. This works in a similar way as normal battle royale games, but it has a Bomberman twist. So you start with a lot of people, and as the time goes by, the arena shrinks, and one person is left the winner. I'll go through exactly how it works once we start going. We already have 25 people joining. There's plenty of room for what, 39 more people or something? No, that's bad maths. There's room for more people, basically. So hello to everyone who's joined already. We've got Benny, Jan, Faye, Elvis Pressplay, D&B, Izzo, Bloody Company, Blazing Phoenix, Panku39, Haplo, Wabzillis, Ronin, Mineral, Cam, WhoMD21, Zeus, 1064 Bits, D, Randall, Benny's Platify, Fast Jan, The Fergmeister, Centric 30, Space Helicopter, Not a Horse, and there's me as well, Platform 32. So yeah, it's nice and simple and quick to join in. If you're feeling unsure about it, why not watch a match first, and then maybe it will get you keen to sign up and join in. Just do remember to deselect auto renewal so you get that month free and you don't have to pay any more money. 25 is definitely a good start, though. 25 is the maximum I've ever had on my personal YouTube channel, so it's awesome that we've already got 25 people in. Hopefully, maybe, as more people stumble across this live stream on youtube.com/Eurogamer, do like and subscribe, y'all, or on twitch.tv/EGX2. As more people stumble along and discover this stream, maybe they'll be like, ooh, I wouldn't mind playing along as well. There is plenty of room so far. If you want to play along, you want to join in, you want me to read out your name on screen, you want to try and blow me up with a bomb, you want to be on the receiving end of one of my fiery explosions, it's possible. And it won't take you very long to get in, and it'll cost you naught as long as you remember to deselect the auto renewal thing. We got 26 people. Lost Souls has just joined the room. Hello, Lost Souls. So I think what I'll do is I'll kick off a match straight away, and I will... Reese Bradford says they're joining now. I hope my controller doesn't keep going off. Yesterday I streamed some Fall Guys, and I was on the final match. I was on the hexagon, and my controller crapped out. My controller lost connection to my PC because I think my USB adapter is a little bit wonky, and I just froze in the middle of hexagon and then dropped about 3 floors. It was the worst. So yeah, we got 28 people now. I'm going to start the match in a second. That'll give other people some time to join. I'm not going to try very hard on this. I'm not going to try to win on this one, but what I am going to do is give you a big overview on the game, how it works, so if you do want to join in, you will be primed and ready to go for the next battle. So here we go. Let's begin the battle. I'm going to pick the White Bomber. Most of the Bombermans in the main game have different abilities and power-ups. The White Bomberman is the one that has just standard old school OG power-ups, they're just standard levels, and each of these Bombermen have some of them have special unique abilities, like being able to the scary rabbit with a chainsaw can scare your bomber and stuff, but I've turned off all the special abilities, so no need to worry about this. The rules are basically standard Bomberman, but on a huge scale. Right, give me some caffeine. I've somehow accidentally picked Naked Snake Bomber. Never mind. Just means I won't get confused with Fergmeister, who's also started in the same arena as me. So, you might be thinking, but Ian, you said this was a giant battle royale. What's going on? Well, my friends, while there is only 4 people on this arena that you can see right now that me, Fast Jan, the Fergmeister, and Izzo are playing on, you will notice that around the outskirts there are 8 extra arenas. These arenas have little dots running around. Those little dots represent the position of the other people playing. You can even see their bombs going off, so you can see which ones are the most action-packed arenas. You can see when people are dying and stuff. Down to my right, down there, you will see just below my naked snake picture, there are 2 hearts. Each player starts with 2 hearts, 2 lives, which will you'll lose a life if you get hit by a bomb flame, of course, like Scary Bunny did there. You lose all your lives and you are out, and you will drop all your items on the floor for someone else to schnaffle. Now, we have reached the changeover. I'm in an okay position here. I'm not in a danger zone. The corner ones are the danger zones. If you're in a danger zone when the time runs out, you will die. Like someone up in number 1, I think, might have just died in a danger zone. I stayed in here because I could see that there was going to be lots of power-ups, or the potential for lots of power-ups appearing in this one. But as those corner ones have disappeared, everyone has been squished down a bit. There's only 4 people in my one, but in room number 3, there's like, what, 6, 7 people running around in there? That's got to be absolute chaos in that one. So I'm glad I'm staying in the safety. I mean, I don't know how safe this one's actually going to be once people start coming at me with bombs, but yeah, this room is definitely not as hectic as the others. I haven't picked up very many good power-ups. I don't have any bomb kicks. I don't have any bomb throws. I've got a decent amount of bombs. I've got 7 bombs, as you can see on the bottom right. I've got 2 speed, 7 bombs, and 3 explosion length. Oh, I do have bomb throw, actually. So I've got the little blue glove. The little blue glove allows you to throw bombs. A red punch glove allows you to punch bombs. So you can punch bombs over walls. I'm not in a safe area now. I need to get the hell out. I need to go. I'm going to go up to this one. So now I'm in. You can see my little head moving around in room 6. If those blocks fall down on you, you will die as well. Got to be careful those blocks landing on your head. Oh my! Oh, there is a lot of things going on here. So what else? There is. Oh, someone's. Oh my god! Okay, there's a big bomb there. Oh, lots of people died. There's so many power-ups landing on the floor there. I picked up a bomb kick power-up as well now. I want to get a spiky bomb power-up if I. Oh, I was so close. Spiky bomb power-ups are my favourites because they go through the brick walls, and they basically. It's easy to catch people out with an unexpected explosion. I'm finding it very hard to concentrate, to explain the game and concentrate on all the crazy crap that's going on right now. There's so many explosions and bombs flying everywhere. Oh my god. Stop this. Stop throwing the spiky... Oh! He blew himself up. Whoever that was, Zeus, blew themselves up and me. That was very selfish. Very selfish indeed. Okay, well, I'm on to this is the final arena now. So whoever wins this room is going to be the winner overall. Oh, Zeus is out. I've just snaffled Zeus's spike bomb. So hopefully I can catch some people out with them. Oh my god! Ah, fuck! No, I died. I got knocked out by a thrown bomb, and then I walked into an explosion. Alright, well, I'm out, but I managed to last until the very end, so let's see. It's Ben Eats Platter Pie against Faye and Zappy right now. So Ben Eats Platter Pie has the spiky bombs. Faye just got blown up, so now it's down to Zippy and Ben Eats. Zippy's dead! Ben Eats Platter Pie is the first winner in the EGX Digital Battle Royale Community Bomberman Extravaganza! Well done, Ben Eats Platter Pie. Look at you, your name up there in lights. So I'm going to return to the room now. Hopefully I explained that well enough for people to understand. I was struggling a bit with watching the bombs and explaining things at the same time, so there's a bit of umming and ahhing. But if you've played Bomberman before, it's pretty easy to pick up. It's just the room transitions that may take a little bit of understanding. Everything else is classic Bomberman. Very easy to understand if you've played it before, all the way back to like the days when it was on the Super Nintendo. So far we've got 26 people in. Elvis Press Play is rejoined, so I'll give it a couple of minutes if other people want to join. Oh, my floor is being chroma keyed to look black. Oh. I don't know how I've done that. I'll take the chroma key off. Whoops. Sorry, this was a very quick... I think what I've done is, because I'm screen capturing it, the OBS has remembered my chroma key settings that I normally use for Zoe's camera. So I should just be a... No, that's my one. It should just be a case of unticking a box, and then the colour green should come back. Maybe. That should have done it, hopefully. Sorry about that. If you are a fan of the colour green, I am happy to announce that it is now back on the screen. There we go. Sorry about that. The background, yeah. What I'd done there is I picked a scene that previously had filters on. Thanks for letting me know, Nightcat, and everyone else who was saying that was a blast. Says Des Randall. It certainly was. We got 31 people in now. We've nearly got half of a lobby already. Come along and join if you want. It's very easy and quick to join in, and it won't cost you anything. How to do it is written in the video description below my head, down below here on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, though, you might want to know that if you want to play for free, you can head to stadia.google.com and create an account, and that will give you 1 month's free membership. You will need to enter your credit card details to do this, though, so remember to instantly go to the settings, go to subscription, and deselect auto renewal. They do that cheeky thing where it's automatically on auto renewal. Deselect auto renewal, and you will get 1 whole month free to trial Stadia. That means you'll be able to join in with this and then never touch it again if you don't want to. It won't cost you anything, as long as you remember to deselect that auto renewal thing. Then all you need to do is navigate your way to the store, find Super Bomberman online. Because this game is streamed, you don't even need a powerful PC or anything to do it. You just need a screen that can run Android or Google Chrome and some kind of controller, either keyboard or a PlayStation 4 controller like I've got here. And it's very, very... it will take you 5 minutes to set up, and then you'll be straight in once you've created a profile on Bomberman, like all these people have already done. Oh yes, and once you have signed up, of course, you'll need to go to Private Match, you'll need to go to Find Game, and then you need to search just above me there, that room number there, 124088. I'm going to stay in that room the entire stream. I'm going to be streaming this until 5 p.m. So there's about an hour and 45 minutes for you to make up your mind to decide whether or not you want to jump in and play. But that is how it works. Couldn't find the auto sub button, says NMS Ninja. So it is in the Stadia... Hold on. I might not be able to show you unless... No, I'm not going to be able to show you unless I exit the game. But basically... when you're in the main Stadia menu, when you're like looking around the shop and things, when you're not in the game, up here, up in the top right hand corner, it will have your name and the little icon you picked when you set up. You click that and it will bring up a drop down menu here, and there'll be a subscriptions menu there. You click on subscriptions, and in that area there will be a toggle. Click on the toggle off auto renewal. Nice and easy. Just click on the button. You can play without subscribing if you buy the game for $10, says Oliver Dubbett. You could do if you want to buy this game for $10. I mean, I quite like this game, but I'm probably going to wait. I guess it's going to come out on other platforms at some point. I can't imagine it being Stadia exclusive forever, because I don't think anyone plays it, because no one plays Stadia. Whoops. But yeah. I'd like to play this on the PlayStation, I think. But anyway, we got half of a lobby, so let's begin another battle. I'm going to go back to my standard vanilla Bomberman and get ready to start. YouTube should hook you up with the feature to join right from the stream, says Lee Hunter. Yeah, I heard about that feature. That'd be good, but There's not a way to do that yet, I don't think. What's this? Is my controller, you see it keeps linking and unlinking. I don't like the look of that. That's got me worried. Enjoy getting these tunes out of your head tonight when you're trying to go to sleep. Boom, I'm a tiger. Look at that high kick. Aw, Vandal's little rosy cheeks. Aw. Alright. Here we go. I'm in a lobby. I'm in a room with the Fergmeister, Arccentric and Vandal to start with. Good luck, everyone. Let's get bombing. So, if we manage to get full 64-player private match, which would be awesome, these 4 screens on either side, there will be 8 screens on either side. So it gets pretty insanely crazy. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on, and a lot of choice when you're going between rooms as well. Oh no! Oh fuck! Oh, that was so close. Fergmeister. I've only got 1 bomb. This is not good. I'm so glad I had the bomb punch power up there, which lets you punch bombs over walls like so. I just gave Fergmeister a little treat there. Damn it. I'd love that. Thank you, Fergmeister. Has someone died already? Who died in my room already? Okay, so now I am in a bad area. I'm in a danger zone. I am in... Which one am I in? I'm in the top right. So I can only go down or left, basically. So here I am. 3, 2, 1. I'm going to go in here. And... Oh, God, I'm in one with loads of people. This is bad times. Oh, fuck. Oh, crap. Oh, someone's already exploded. I don't know why I picked the one with like 1 billion people. Just picked up an extra life power-up. I don't need it yet. But I might do soon. There's a lot of explosions going on. Look how many people there are! Yes. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm really having to pay attention to what's happening. So you can turn off the names of the combatants, which makes having the names of the combatants on screen it makes it a bit confusing, a lot harder to see things, but it's better for you lot watching or playing at home because you get to see who you are up against. You get to see if you're on my screen, or you get to see who's being blown up, who to cheer for. There's so many people! Why is everyone's got really good at Bomberman all of a sudden? Look how many people are in this room! This is absolutely... Oh my God, I think 2 people just died then. There's so many schnapples falling on the floor, and they're always just out of reach of me. Okay, someone just got sent into space, I think, with a rocket, a bomb there. Oh, someone else died. Looks like the people getting blown up at the moment have got extra lives on them. Oh no, here we go. Here's some bonuses being dropped. Loads of bonuses being dropped. I need to get more. I need some faster shoes is what I need, because... Oh! That's another screamer. Oh God, I keep thinking on the Fergmeister, because the Fergmeister's got a Bomberman very similar to me. Okay, I can't believe I'm still alive after being in a room with like 32 million people. I've now got maximum Bomberman speed, only 4 bombs, and I've got 7 flame power, and I still only have punch bombs as a power-up. Oh, I've just picked up an extra flame though, so now I've got flame powers as well. So I'm in with Zeus, and I'm in with Blazing Phoenix, and I'm in with Fergmeister. Oh my God! Oh, Zeus straight in there with a terribly evil. Oh, what an idiot! I walked right into that explosion. No one there to blame but myself. Zeus just killed themselves. Is Zeus out? No, Zeus isn't out completely. I need that spiky bomb. Yeah, spiky bomb. Good. Oh fuck! Oh! Oh my God, Zeus is out. It's just me and the Fergmeister now. I don't know how I managed to avoid not... Okay. Both me and Zeus, I think, are down to our final lives now. It's tense. Tense is the optimal word here. I don't want bouncy bombs. I hate the bouncy bombs. Kick bomb. Oh, I want the kick bomb. Oh no, I got bouncy bombs. Oh no. No! Why did I walk up to that bomb? What an idiot. Wait! Did I just win? No, second. Oh, damn it! So close. I think I just went and stood next to a bomb. How did I die? How did I die? How did I die? I don't know how I died there. Good going with Fergmeister anyway. Oh, thanks Nightcat for posting a link to my Retro Games That Predicted Battle Royale video. Yeah, I did a little video about this game and how it's like basically the proto Battle Royale game. The first ever kind of... It has all the elements of modern day Battle Royale games, but without without being a first-person shooter. All right, I'm going to give it a couple of more minutes. If anyone wants to try and beat me or try and become the winner, like Fergmeister or who was it, Bennett's Platypi, come along, join in. Nice and easy to join. You just have to sign up to Stadia account. You get 1 month's free membership, so do remember to cancel the auto renewal when you do, and you will be in with a chance of joining us for some Battle Royale action. You kicked a bomb up the screen, then followed it to the... Oh, did I? Oh, shit. I didn't even see that. Well, did I kick it underneath a power-up? I was going for a little power-up, I thought. I definitely... whatever happened, I definitely messed up. I'm tired. It's been a long day. Well, it hasn't. It's been a long week. Not a good week to have insomnia, basically. Keeping myself going with grapes and caffeine. Here we go. Hey, Topher, join the room. Paragon Paul has joined the room. SK Gamer has joined the room. Abaddon has joined the room. Here we go. We're getting lots of people in now. Oh God, don't let me down, controller. That's why I died before, though. It was because my controller unlinked itself. Honest. So, Ciro's in. Alpa Furo's in. Plom's in. Vandal's in. Hunter UK. Zappy, Killer Sheep, Benny, Lost Souls, Faye. Someone else has just joined in as well. Ninja Nico, Dragon Bother is in. Oh, we got some new names. We got some old regular names in, like familiar community member names, and we've got the colour green back in the game. What more can you want? I reckon we can get racks in the rooms as well, Cam. We got 290 people watching this stream right now. Come on! Come and help us fill it up. Help us get a 64-player Bomberman Battle Royale. It's really good fun. It's nice and easy to play. Very easy to pick up. If you've played a Bomberman before, which I think most people have, you'll know exactly how to do it. You do have to use a credit card to sign up to Stadia, but as long as you deselect the auto renewal bit, you will get a month free. Won't cost you anything. You don't even need a good PC to play it because it's all streamed directly to you from the Stadia servers. So it's nice and easy to join. Once you have joined, as Nightcat says, the room code is just above me. You need to go to Find Match or Find Game in the private game lobby. And you have to search for room number 124088, and then you can get in. There are now 37 people joining us. Panku39 has left the room. I'll just wait for I'll give Panku 30 seconds or so. They may want to come back. I don't want to start a match if they've left by accident. Unfortunately, if you want to customise your character and things, you have to quit out to the main menu to do that. So that might be what Panku's doing, or they just got bored. But yes, it's nice and easy, and it's just good fun to play. And having so many people playing Bomberman at the same time can get, as you saw in that last match, it can get very hectic and very messy indeed. No sign of Panku returning, so I'm going to begin the battle. Oh, Panku is coming back. Oh, but sorry, Panku. I saw that just after I started it. Sorry. That's right, Elvis, press play. All you need is one button and a D-pad. Actually, you need two buttons and a D-pad, really, because you need the square button to punch bombs. Well, square button on the PlayStation controller, anyway. Which, I've got a camo controller, so I'm surprised that's not being completely keyed out, actually. Okay, I'm in a room with 3 people. Oh, 2 other people. So this might be a bit more of a chilled first match. Oh, look! Look, we've got enough people now that it's increased the amount of squares. Ooh, that's exciting. I've never done a private match with this many arenas. I've done a few public matches. The thing is, like, because so few people play on the Stadia, when you do a 64-player match of this, it takes ages to find a match. And when you do, it's mainly populated with bots. As far as I can tell. So, yeah, I'd love this game to come out as a PlayStation Plus offering. I reckon this game on PlayStation Plus would be a perfect match. Why have I not got any power-ups yet? Ninjas and Such has like got a million... Oh, Ninjas and Such got trapped! I didn't even do that on purpose. Sorry, Ninjas and Such. It's Ninjas and Such and Zeppy are in at the moment. Oh, I've finally got another bomb. Ninjas Such and Zeppy having a little bit of a battle. Now, we are not in a danger zone. Where am I? I'm in room number 5. I think. Room number 1 looks nice and empty. I'm going to go room number 1. I'm playing it safe, joining rooms with fewer people. And so I'm in here now with Haplo and Wabzilis. So is Haplo going to be happy when they blow me up? Let's find out. I mean, if they blow me up. I think I'm pretty decent at Bomberman. I tend to panic, as you might have heard, with some of my yelps. Once I start panicking, that's when I start making mistakes. But early days Bomberman matches, I'm okay. I'm pretty, standard Bomberman player. I've won a few matches of this. Like 1 or 2 or 3, I think I've won. But it's not too hard to win the online one, the 64 player like standard public match ones, because like I said, a lot of them are full of bots. Okay, so now room number 1 is a danger zone, so I can go down into this one, and then oh no, I don't want to get out of that. There's a lot of people in this room though. Maybe I want to. Oh no, I'm going to stay in here. Oh god. Oh no, I'm in a... Oh bloody hell, Des Randall. Oh bloody hell, Des Randall. Oh bloody hell, Des Randall. Oh, Des Randall. Oh, Des Randall blew themselves up. Des Randall was... Oh, that was a catalogue of errors there from Des Randall. Rest in peace, sir. Technically, that wasn't me that killed him. I think Des Randall blew themselves up there. Got caught on the tail end of their bomb. Their own explosion. Sorry, Des. Who's that? Lost Souls trying to blow me up, and Who MD21 playing nice and quietly on their own in the corner there. That's what I like. Oh! Oh! Lost Souls got a little bit too greedy. Blew themselves up. I like the fire on their... Oh! Shit! I tried to trap Lost Souls in then, but they were too quick. Bombs. Okay, I'm not in a danger zone. There's only me and Lost Souls in here at the moment. There are only 2 rooms left, 4 and 5. Plom's joined the room. The Fergmeister's in. Fi's in. So that's 5 people in my room now. Oh! Cruel Fergmeister. Unlucky Ferg! I Ferged them up. Good. Oh my god. I'm just standing still at the moment. I can't think as fast as these bombs are being thrown at me. Whoop! Whoop-ha! I'm properly... Oh! I got hit on the head by... Oh my god! Zeus is just absolutely levelling the playing field. Murderizing everyone! How did I... Oh! Oh, fucking hell! Zeus! Oh, shit! Oh, Christ on a bike. Zeus just killed themselves as well. No, they... Oh, man. Zeus is on the caffeine or something. Jeez. All right. On to watch the battle. So Zeus... basically, Zeus is owning the battlefield now. When you own a battlefield, you get hundreds of power-ups drop down. So now is the time to... I don't know what Zeus is doing. I think that's showing off, so I'm just going to skip over to the other room. So it's just Plum and Zeus now. It's 1v1. Oh, no, there's Cam as well. Cam won a lot of matches in the on the Platform 32 community matches I've done this on. So Cam's a good bet to win. I don't think I've seen Plum in action before. Fucking hell. Zeus is like playing with a Super Nintendo Turbo controller or something. Not the way they're bouncing around. Holy crapola! Those bouncing bombs are just... I don't like them. Oh! Zeus is still back. Zeus is picking up a lot of extra lives, I think. Zeus's playstyle is very chaotic. I think they're kind of blowing themselves up a lot as well. Yeah, Zeus, like, they're taking out a lot of people with that playstyle, but they're also taking themselves out, which is obviously not a good idea if you are planning to win a match. It's now down to Plum and Cam. These two are playing a little bit more strategically, but oh no! Cam walked into the tail end of the fire, and Plum, with the fish on her head, wins! Congratulations, Plum. Well done. Well done, Plum. You are the next winner. Okay, we're going to go back to the lobby and see if anyone else wants to join us. Come along. We've got... Come on, game. Come on, controller. So far, we have 37 people in the lobby, but it's a 64-player limit. Come along, join in. There are now 349 people joining us this Saturday on EGX Digital. I'm Ian Higton. I am 1/3 of Team Eurogamer. And for today's EGX Digital live stream here and on twitch.tv/EGX2, we're playing Community Super Bomberman Online, our 64-player battle royale. At the moment, we've got 38 players, so there is still room for plenty more of you lot to join. We've got 353 people watching. Come on, some of you have got to be up for signing up to Stadia and claiming a month-free account and then cancelling your membership so you don't have to pay any money, tee-hee. Here we go. Someone else has joined. Pengu's joined. Oh, let's go down. Hey, here we go. Some more. Hey, here we go. We got people popping in now. Bot Matrix is in. Roscoe AK863 has joined. Wesley Snipes is in. Hello, Wesley Snipes. Look at that. 42 people. I've never played a private match with this many people. That's amazing. Good work. And who else have we got over? We've got a few people watching on EGX2 as well. Definitely not as many people over on the Eurogamer YouTube channel though. Hey, maybe even maybe John wants to play as well. John, can you hear me, John? John is the amazing behind-the-scenes producer who has basically been taking all of the feeds of our live streams and mixing them all together and ensuring that all of the streams on like multiple Twitch channels are all running smoothly and running to time, and it's been an absolute pleasure to work with. So I think, you've been working very hard, John. I bet you've got more than one monitor there. You should definitely sign up, John. Come in and join. Come on, Take a load off. Enjoy. Don't just do some vision mixing, John. Join in. Play some games with us, John. Come on, John. You can do it. He's not said anything in the chat. Maybe he's signing up. All right, we've got 42 people ready to play, though. So I'll begin the battle. Like I said, if you want to join, you've now got one match to think it over and then get signing up. There is still room for 22 people. 22 out of the 362 people who are watching. Is this the same John from Oxbox? Don't think so. It is not. No, for a second I was like, is it? But no, they have to. They both have different surnames. Oxbox John is probably off doing some Link's Awakening somewhere. Talking about Nintendo games, while I don't have a grape in my mouth, talking about Nintendo games, my boxed copy of Super Mario 3D All-Stars arrived today. So as soon as this stream's finished, I'm going to chill out and I'm going to put on Super Mario 3D All-Stars. I'm going to play Mario 64 on my Switch late into the night and I'm going to have a lovely time. All right, we got Cam, D&B. Cam and D&B in my room. Cam, obviously, as I said before, quite danger. Oh, look at the people saying hi. I didn't realise you could say hi in your little windows as well. Look at that. Amazing. Yeah, you can do emotes somehow. There we go. Look, I can do a little ballet spin there. Yay. I don't know how you do the chat thing, but... oh, bloody hell. D&B shot themselves in the bottom with a bomb there. Oh no! Oh, Cam! Cam, you cruel beast! Poor D&B! Cam, how? How could you have done such a thing? Oh, Cam. It's heartless. I'm presuming... I don't know this for definite, but I think this Cam might be the same Cam who has been making awesome bead art of the characters that are on the Team Eurogamer official t-shirts that you can buy. The ones where Aoife, Zoe and I look like cool D&D characters. Oh, Christ. Oh, I nearly got squished. Okay, what room am I in? With Space Uppercopter, Roscoe, Dragon Botherer and Ronin. Dragon Botherer is trapped in already. Dragon Botherer is straight out. I'm so sorry, Dragon Botherer. I think that between me and Ronin there, we absolutely pinned you in and did the dirty on you. I'm so sorry. Roscoe there with this... Oh, fuck! I just blew myself up then. I was too busy admiring Roscoe's Chainsaw Rabbit. The Chainsaw Rabbit skin is quite a crazy Bomberman skin, to be fair. And in the standard game, in the standard Super Bomberman Online, with individual Bomberman special abilities turned on, whoever's playing with that can activate a button and it will make the other Bombermen scared of that rabbit with a chainsaw, and they will like freeze in terror if he goes near them. I've turned all the character powers off just to make it a little bit, like, you know, fairer. As you can see, the room we're in, by the way, has a spinning star on it. That spinning star means it's more likely to have bonuses, but also more likely to have lots of people in. Hunter UK is trying to get in the same room as me. So I nipped out nice and quick. I know when people are trying to hunt me down. Oh, God. Green... Oh, Ninja Nico nearly got absolutely battered by a bomb then, but they were very swift in avoiding the fire. Oh, fuck. Oh! Ninja Nico now has a... What are they called? They're called Ollies, I think. They're basically like Yoshis. They give you... They didn't really do too much, except for give you basically an extra hit point. I've just got the spiky bomb power up. Lots and lots of bombs exploding all over the place right now. Oh, what's that, Ninja Nico? Yeah, Ninja Nico took a hit, but did have an extra life, so they've still got They've still got everything to play for. I've got 1 life left. Next time I'm hit, I'm dead. Who was that was just hit? Space Hoppercopter took a hit. Okay. Let's go to a little bit of a ballet spin. We're down to 2 rooms again. Oh god, I don't want to be in that one. Oh, fuck. Oh no! Oh no! Oh god! Oh, that was... I can't believe I managed to get out of that. Hopper! 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 No, I'm not getting out of this one. Oh, I am! I did get out of that one again. Oh! And he... Oh! Ah. But whoever it was... Oh, fuck! Oh, I died. Damn it. Whoever was dressed as Vix Viper was doing their damnedest to blow me up then. And I kept getting out of it by the skin of my teeth, and they ended up blowing themselves up. But in the end, I died. So now it's down to 0, Bloody Company, SK Gamer. Oh my god! 4 people just... No, wait. Yeah, 4 people did get taken out by 1 blast of bombs there, but Bloody Company came back. Wesley Snipes and Bloody Company in this room. That was incredible. 4 people out in one go. Ninja Nico, Blazing Phoenix and Faye are still alive in that room as well. So, oh, no! Faye has just gone. Blazing Phoenix and Ninja Nico now need to make it to room 5. So the final round as Bloody Company, Ninja Nico, Blazing Phoenix and Wesley Snipes, each one taking a corner. Ninja Nico there doing a lovely pirouette. There's bombs going over the walls from Wesley Snipes. Wesley Snipes may have trapped themselves in there. No, that Wesley Snipes is going for the bomb throws, the cheeky corner bomb throws. Ninja Nico now has got an open playing field. Whoa! Oh! Wesley Snipes and Blazing Phoenix both took a hit. They'll be down to 1 life each. Bloody Company stand still as Wesley's... No, as someone died. Blazing Company running around up the top, schnaffling up things. Ninja Nico and Blazing Company just running around the outside while Wesley Snipes casually tossing some bombs around. Bloody Company must be down to their last life again now. Wesley Snipes got the bouncy bombs. Ninja Nico's got the spiky bombs. Oh my god! Who was died then? Okay, Blazing Company is out completely. It's down to Wesley Snipes and Ninja Nico. Which one of these two will win? No idea if they've... I think because they're both flashing red, they both only have 1 life left. If they last for long enough... Here we go, the spiky walls are coming in now. This means this is the final push of the arena now. This will bring it right down to a very small arena. Indeed, if anyone gets caught under those blocks, they will be insta-killed. Wesley Snipes kicking a spiky bomb out of the way. Oh! Wesley Snipes wandered into the explosion there! What an accidental death. Ninja Nico, though, winner. Congratulations. Congratulations indeed. Oh my god, I did it, says NMS Ninja. Well done, NMS Ninja. Second game pro. Good work, sir. Good work indeed. You join the previous legends who have won live on Eurogamer in front of hundreds of viewers. And now it's your chance too. We've got 44 people in the lobby now. So there's room for 20 more people to join. Come along. Maybe you will be able to slot yourself into one of these empty places, just like Franktastic and Carl Richardson have just done. There's room for 20 places. If you look in the video description below, where it says Ready Stadia Go, there will be details there on how to sign up for free. You will have to enter your credit card details, so do remember to go into the settings and deselect auto renewal so you don't get charged next month. Once you have deselected auto renewal, you will get 1 full month free to trial the Stadia account, and that means you'll be able to play in this stream and then never touch it again. Genius. Hello to Jeff Gibbs, to Baggy Al, to Death Alive, to Octonion, or 8 Onions as I was calling them last time they played. We are now 48 players. I've never played in a private match with this many people before, so this is excellent. Surprisingly, this is a solid exclusive, says Dylan Tortosa. I really like this game. I think it's awesome. I would love to see it get more... I'd love to have more platforms to play on. Maybe, like, honestly... Game Pass on Xbox, PlayStation Plus game of the month on PlayStation, cross-platform play. You could have amazing times on this. You really could. Hello to Bwang, who has joined us. Well, welcome, Bwang. We can get to 64. We can, Valentine. You're right. With 369 people, nice, watching right now. We can definitely do it. I guess John has me muted because he's not answered me yet, and I haven't seen anyone that looks like John in the game yet. If you're listening, John, come play this with us, John. We've got 49 people though. That's awesome. 15 more people, and we will have a full lobby. Hope it works this time. Seems my old router gives a slower yet more stable connection. Fingers crossed, Franklin Arts, you will get to play. 380 people watching right now here on YouTube. Hello everyone who is just joining us. If you don't know what's going on, my name's Ian Higton. This is EGX Digital Week, and for EGX Digital I am playing Super Bomberman R Online, and I'm trying to get a 64 player community battle royale going. So far we've got 49 people in the lobby. There are details on how you can join in for free in the video description below. It won't cost you a penny because Stadia gives you a month free, but do remember to deselect the auto renewal setting in the settings once you've signed up, because otherwise you will be charged in a month's time. But if you do that, you get a month free. Anyway, that's enough chat for me. I've padded for long enough. I don't think anyone else is going to join just yet, so let's do another match to get some more people keen. That means you've got a match to set yourself up and get ready to play. Who is dawdling? Mineral. Oh, hello, Mineral. Mineral, if possible, could you come out of the menus so I can begin the battle, because otherwise I'll have to kick you. I can't start the game with you in the menus. Mineral. Sometimes people's games crash and it kind of sticks it on there. That's happened before on a private stream. Oh, someone else has joined. That's taken us to 50. I'd love to start with 50. Death Ched. Hello, Death Ched. But I may have to kick Mineral. Come on, Mineral. Don't make me kick you, Mineral. You've got until my clock changes to 1550, Mineral, and then I'm booting you. I think I'm gonna have to kick you. Sorry, Mineral. I've said Mineral so many times now that if they haven't heard me say Mineral by now. Someone else has joined. Sorry, Mineral. There we go. It's Pucksuck. Hi, Pucksuck. Let's begin with 50 players. Let's go. All right, 50 people now. This is going to be an epically crazy match. Cam says, "Okay, Yellow Bomber, don't let me down." Dam, da-da-dum, da-da-dum, dam, 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 da-dum, dam, 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 dam. Mineral, if you are watching, apologies that I had to boot you, but you were preventing us from starting the match because you're in the menus or something. Feel free to rejoin after this match is finished if you want. But yeah, it was you being in the menus was preventing me from starting the game, so I had to boot you. Apologies for that. How much is Stadia a month? Good question. I don't know, actually. I cancelled before. I cancelled like the second I signed up, so I don't really know. I'm in a room. Oh, look! We've got the full amount of rooms. So this is what a full 64 player match looks like, but obviously off! What an idiot. I was looking at the sides and I did not look where I was walking. Yeah, you can see all the individual bombers running around and all their bombs going off. With a full 64 player match, you have the 8 on one side, you have the 8 on the other, you have the 1 in the middle. which is the main playground for the... Oh! Tickled you with the tip of my explosion there, Arccentric, sorry. Oh, no! Oh, I've really ended up screwing over Arccentric. Oh, my God, and myself. Oh, God. Thank fuck I had that punch thing. Yeah. Basically, with a full 64-player match, you get 8 on each side. Each one starts with 4 players on each. And then it just goes as it normally does. The movement phases here. I am in a safe zone, but I think I'm going to go down to this one with the starring because there's only one person in it. I just managed to snaffle up an extra life, so I'm back to 2 lives now. And I'm going to stick around in this room here because this room seems to have many more power-ups. Hey, Des Randall, I saw that, you cheeky little... Trying to blow me up, Des Randall. Oh, God. So Des Randall has the spiky bombs that... Fuck! Go through walls. Oh! Des Randall. Don't start me there. Oh, my God. There's bombs everywhere. I love the pink explosions. Fuck! 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 Damn it! Oh, I was out well early then. My luck is starting to run out now. So, I don't know who killed me there. It was either Des Randall or Fergmeister. Des Randall took a hit though. Not out completely. Des Randall still has another life. Bot Matrix is flying around in their Vix Viper. Oh, there we go! Oh, Bot Matrix just got a double kill. Nice work, Bot Matrix. Bot Matrix just hoovering up all the special items now. Bot Matrix must have a fully pimped out bomber now. This room, what is this room? We are there in room number 10. Let's have a look at room 14. Who's in room 14? Death Alive, Ninjas and such. Wesley Snipes are in this one. Oh my God, Wesley Snipes with the bomb throws absolutely screwed over Death Alive there. Death Alive again pinned in. Oh, Death Alive is more like Death. See what I did? That was nice, wasn't it? Oh gosh, so Wesley Snipes and Ninjas and such are fighting it out down there. In room 15, we've got Benny, Cam, Haplo, Ben Eats Platypi. Ben Eats Platypi won the first match. Oh, well, Ben Eats Platypi. Cam is really being aggressive against Ben Eats Platypi. Oh, who just got hit then? Who was it? It was Benny just took a hit. Cam punching bombs over the walls there. Oh, punch! He's really got a bone to pick with Ben Eats Platypi. Those two have got some kind of grudge match going on. Haplo happily dropping bombs down low. Benny just doing his own thing, flashing red because he's got 1 life left. Get that extra life, Benny. There you go. Oh, and then Benny gets an instantly hit again. More explosions going up. And now 15 is in a danger zone, so these guys have to move to the top. They're going to move into room 11. Room 11 has a spinning star in it. That means it is full of power-ups. So more people are probably going to go there, but you have more opportunity of winning items. No, only 4 people in here. Wabzilis, Benny, Cam and Haplo. Who's over in room 10? It's Ninjas and such, Death Ched and Wesley Snipes. In room 6 we got Pengu, Bot Matrix, Zero and Lost Souls. Oh my God. Pengu just got kicked. Oh, good. Oh, unlucky. Oh, Zero there just got killed by the tail end of an explosion. So frustrating when you just hit the tip of an explosion as it's fading away. It's so frustrating. Oh! The bunny, the angry, scary rabbit is gone. Oh, Zero's trying to trap in Bot Matrix there. Just missed out. Those two are going head to head. Not much. Oh, Zero! Oh, Zero! Zero very, very nearly got trapped in by their own. But oh no! Bot Matrix delivering some fire up the backside of Zero there. Okay, they can stay here actually. We've got people from room 10 moving in. Wesley Snipes, Death Chad, Ninjas and such, and Wabzilis are popping in. Here we go. So I think we're getting 5 in each room. People have sorted themselves out quite nicely. Puck and such in the centre. There's Benny. Zeppy throwing bombs. Benny's trapped in by bombs from Zeppy. Benny is out. Zeppy's just picked up an extra life from that, so good call. Zero's down to 1 life. A bomb has just been thrown. Hit Zeppy. Taken out Zeppy and has killed Zero completely. So Zero's items are all on the floor now. Puck and such running around. Cam down the bottom. Wabzilla's still alive as well. Many bombs flying around. How's it going in room 6? Bot Matrix is alive. Wesley Snipes getting hit by some bombs and stunned, but still in it. Benix Platypi casually tossing some bombs and knocking out Bot Matrix, but Boss Matrix managed to get up just in time, returning some throws there, kicking some spiky bombs. Everyone's playing quite tactically, quite relaxed at the moment. It's going to be one hell of a final, though. Looks like there's going to be 6 people in that final room. Yep, final phase, room 7. And we are down to Zeppy, Bot Matrix, Wesley Snipes, Pucksuch, Cam, and Benix Platypi. Who will be the winner? Will it be someone new? Or will Benix Platypi get another win, perhaps? Oh, Cam! Cam is out already! No, Cam didn't get out completely. Cam is down to 1 life, though. Someone's out. Someone did die then. Benix Platypi took a knock. Benix Platypi down to 1 life. Cam's out! Cam must be absolutely screwing. Pucksuch, 1 life left. Bot Matrix, 2 lives left. Wesley Snipes, 2 lives. Pucksuch is out. Dropped all their bits and pieces on the floor. Wesley Snipes hoovering it all up. Benix Platypi throwing loads of bombs at Bot Matrix. Watch out, Benix Platypi. So Benix Platypi is the only one with 1 life left. This is tense. Oh, Benix Platypi to themselves are running head first into the fire. Bot Matrix, 2 lives now. Wesley Snipes with 1 life. Oh, fucking hell. Oh my god, there's everything to play for now. They're both down to 1 life. Bot Matrix and Wesley Snipes. Whoever takes the next hit is out. Oh, Bot Matrix. Oh, unlucky Bot Matrix. Well done, Wesley Snipes. You are the winner. Cam says, I'm totally screwing. Walked right into it, shake my head, lol, says Benix Platypi. GG, Wesley Snipes. Indeed. Good work there. That was a very, very tense finale indeed. Thank you to all 131 people who have done thumbs up. So let's return to the room and see if we can fill it up to 64 players. So far, we've got a few people who dropped out, actually. We did have 51 people joining. So come back. Come and play. Let's see if we can get 64 players. We've got 390 people watching now. And we've got room for 18 people. So come along. Come join us. Why not? Come and join the likes of Death Cheds, Bwang, Franktastic, Octo-Onion, 8 Onions, Jeff Gibbs, Baggy Al, K Rich, Wesley Snipes, Bot Matrix, Pengu, Topher, Abaddon, Ninja Nico, Dragon Botherer, Paragon Paul, Vandal, SK Gamer, Plum, Zeppy, Roscoe, AK863, Ciro, Alf, Furo. Someone's dropped out again, so it's screwed up by reading D and B. Benny, Killer Sheep, Zeppy, Cam, Faye, Losos, Izzo, Haplo, Pancake39, Wabzilis, Blazing Phoenix, Elvis Pressplay, who indeed 21, 164 bits, the Fergmeister, D Randall, Benix Platypi, Ninjas and Such, and Stupid Controller, Ninjas and Such, Zeus, Jimbles, Space Uppercopter, Not a Horse, and Platform 32. That's me. Come and join us. Hello to Wrangle as well. He's just joined as well. I'm going to have a quick drink and give you all a quick reminder as to how you can join and play for free, because I'm kind like that. This game is a state. Hello to Salo May 9. Hello indeed. Yes, because this game is a Stadia exclusive, you can only play using Google Stadia. But calm down, it's not all bad news, because you can get a month free Stadia Pro subscription by signing up and then instantly going into the settings and cancelling auto renewal. So yeah, you will need to enter your credit card details when you sign up, but as long as you remember to go into your settings and deselect auto renewal, you will never get charged, and you will have 1 full month free to play on the Stadia. I signed up about 3 weeks ago now, so I could specifically so I could play this game. And I've played a couple of games on the Stadia. I played Guilt. I played a bit of PUBG. But yeah, I mainly use it to play this. And it's well worth, if you want to join in and play alongside the Eurogamer community and have me scream your name when you blow me up unfairly with a bomb, then come along and get joining like Bakerboy88 has done. Hello, Bakerboy88. Will you be the next winner? Let's find out in a second. So we do have room for 16 more people to play. Epic John has just... So John is the guy running the streams. He's just written something in our chat. It's nothing to do with him playing this game, so he definitely hasn't been listening to me. So if you are listening now, John, come on, play this with us, John. This room. Come on, have a break. Take a load off. You don't have to worry about the vision mixing. I mean, maybe you do have to worry about vision mixing. There's like, you are in charge of about 12 channels. You're doing an amazing job, John, but yeah, come play some of this with us. Come on. Get us up to 50. Hello to Igor, who's just joined as well. Welcome, Igor. Lovely stuff. Glad to have you with us, Igor. Come in here and blow all your viewers to bits, says Mar Hawkman. I will. I guess I'll get it started again. Some of you 378 people. There must be 15 of you out there watching right now who want to join in. Come on. By the time, if you start making an account now, by the time you've done it, you'll be able to play in the next battle. How's about that? Just remember to cancel the auto renewal. Month free. Going to have a drink. Yum yum. Oh, people are saying Wrangle is good. I think a few of the not many people play this. A lot of you have to, if you play this game, like if you play the public matches, it can take a very long time to find a match, and when you do find a match, a lot of the time it's populated with bots, so you often run into the same players over and over again. So I think all the pro players of this, like, I think they all know each other. So I think people like Zeus and Plom and Wrangle, maybe they all play this normally, and know each other from that. So I think maybe the Stadia Bomberman Online community have started to twig that something's going on. Welcome, Super Bomberman Online pro players. Thanks for coming along and gracing EGX Digital with your Super Bomberman professional powers. Oh my god! Those two just absolutely zapped themselves. Oh my god! Oh, I nearly zapped myself. Managed to punch that bomb out of the way. Fuse. I didn't see. I said fuse like that, but it actually worked out as quite a good pun there, because bombs have fuse, don't they? So I obviously did that intentionally and not. Oh no! Oh, poor whoever that was. I forgot already. Benny. It's Benny and me having fun with our bombs. With our bombs and our guns and our guns and our bombs. So we are in room 15 at the moment. Oh my god, everyone's piling in now. Oh, Benny D. Randall. Elvis Press Play's up there. Round 2. Okay, let's see how we do. I just killed Elvis Press Play. I punched a bomb over the wall that Elvis. Fuck. Oh, Benny! Oh, Benny. Poor Benny. I did him dirty. Fuck! I did myself dirty there by completely mashing my thumbs across the D-pad. What the shit? Oh, nice. Okay, I've got Spiky Bomb. That's my favourite power-up. Oh! Benny has a... Oh no! Bouncy bombs! I hate bouncy bombs. Oh no! I just hit myself with the bouncy bomb. Bouncy bombs are just... They're just so unpredictable. Oh, see? D. Randall just blew themselves up with their own bouncy bomb. Okay, Franktastic has joined the room. I'm gonna try and get some different opponents. I'm gonna go right. I'm gonna go here. So Bwang, Zeus, Faye, and Izzo. Hey, Zeus. Oh, fuck. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I've made a terrible error coming into this room with the pros. No! Oh, I was 32 though. Keep out the room with the pros. I remember that time. That for next time. So there's Zeus, Faye, and Izzo. Faye's got a really creepy looking rabbit with pigtails character. Don't like that. That's unsettling. That's going to give me nightmares. Who's in the room below? Wesley Snipes and Lost Souls battling out in room 11. Room 15, we got Benny. Oh, Franktastic is in there as well. Who just got hit there? Blazing Phoenix just got hit. Over in room 14, Space Hoppercopters are on their own. Space Hoppercopter own in the battlefield there. And just being able to schnaffle up all the goodies. Number 10 as well. Topher on the room on their own with loads of... What are you doing? Go, just schnaffle up. That's it. Grab all those bits before... Just why are you letting other people pick them up there, Topher? Just because you don't need them doesn't mean... You shouldn't take them. This room here, Cam and SK Gamer. Oh my god, Cam straight in with the terrible, cruel throws. SK Gamer looking very sad about it. Get them speedy boots. Yeah, there you go, SK Gamer. Who else we got there? So Wrangle's here. Wrangle's still alive. Wrangle and Killer Sheep fighting it out amongst themselves in room number 7. So 2 people there. Ooh, Benji's Louie just got killed. Is it a Louie or an Ollie? I think it's a Louie, not an Ollie. It's almost the same letters in both. Plum and... Oh no! Double kill there for Plum. Benji's back though, and Wesley Snipes, both with only 1 life each though. Oh Christ. Oh, goodbye Benji. Plum took a hit from a thrown bomb. My word. Oh, someone's just died there, leaving Wrangle alive and owning the battlefield. Hoovering up the power-ups now, so that no one else can get them. That's the way to do it. Wesley Snipes coming in and swiping an extra life very quickly. Good strats. Topher, Cam, and Plum now in this room. So we've got Topher, Cam, and Plum in 6, and in 7, only 2 people. It's Wesley Snipes and Wrangle. Wrangle got hit, but did not get burnt. Wrangle picking up an extra life. Might as well pick them up to stop other people from grabbing them, but you only need 2. You only get 2 extra lives max. So, oh my god! Oh, that was a chain reaction of death there as Wrangle blew up Wesley Snipes with a thrown bomb and took themselves out at the same time. Oh, Wrangle! They talked him up in the comments, but Wrangle is out for the count. Wesley Snipes now owning this battlefield and gathering up some loot. Let's see who's left in room 6. Cam and Plum left in room 6. Plum going for some throws. Plum trapped in. No, Plum's out. Good escape there from Plum. Plum still trying to trick Cam with some throws. Cam's only has 1 life, so does Plum though. And they're all into room 7 for the final. Wesley Snipes doing a little bit of a cheeky emote there. Well, Cam and Plum chase each other around the battlefield like star-crossed lovers playing kiss chase. Throwing bombs in for Cam. Cam gets hit by a bomb, but did punch one over the wall. Wesley Snipes hoovering up the goodies. Oh my god, there's a lot of spiky bombs on the playing field, so there's really nowhere safe to stand behind walls. Oh god! Cam and Wesley Snipes took it there. Both now down to 1 life. Everyone's down to 1 life now. Both Wesley Snipes has won 1. So maybe Cam can finally win one. Maybe Plum will get their first win. Let's find out. Still lots of bombs being thrown. Cam playing it safe down in the corner. Oh, fucking hell, Cam. That was close. Wesley Snipes is out for the count. It's down to Plum and Cam. they're really like they're thinking strategically about their bomb throws here. I think they're throwing bombs and then stand. Cam, what did you do that for? Okay, Cam is now down to his last life. I thought Cam only had one life, but Cam seems. Oh no! Plum is down. Cam wins. Well done, Cam. He has self-exploded all over the screen and won this match. Excellent work, Cam. First win of the stream for Cam there. I think we've had a different winner each time, which is cool. Going to return to the room. If you like what you've seen, now is the time to join in. We've got 45 minutes left on this live stream, so that's a good, I'd say, four or five battles. Oh, we've had a few people drop out now. We did get up to 50 at one point. I'd love to get a full 64-player match in. There's plenty of you watching. Plenty of chance for you to join if you want. You don't have to. I'm more than happy to have you all just enjoying the show and watching and having a lovely Saturday like I am. I do enjoy these community games. It's nice to go up against people whose names I read out in streams when I'm reading comments and things, as well as see some new names as well. So welcome. Thanks for joining, everyone. How do you turn the names? How do you turn on the names above people? Says NMS Ninja. I can't show you that without quitting this room, but you have to basically go back to the lobby and it's in the options somewhere. I can't remember where it was. See you later, Baggy Al. He says, I got to shoot. Sorry, everyone. Thanks for playing, Baggy Al. It was a pleasure to have you in. Jeff Gibbs is back. Mike Ale 14 is here. I'm going to go to my local microbrewery later and get a takeout of some ale. I'm going to take along an old milk carton, a 2-litre milk carton, get 2 litres worth of premium ale, and then I'm going to sit back. I'm going to play some Super Mario 3D All-Stars, get my nostalgia beans throbbing. And then I think I'm going to get a curry and have a few pints of ale with my curry. Sounds like a good Saturday night. Panku's back. Hey, Panku. Hey, Salome as well. Thanks for joining us, Salome. 42 players now. Excellent work. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. And plenty of room for everyone. Yeah, definitely takeaway. It's a takeaway ale. It's pretty good. Yeah, I quite like doing that. I will be back tomorrow though. Can't get too drunk. Don't want to be super hungover tomorrow because I'm streaming VR tomorrow. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the PSVR VR update for Minecraft has gone live yet. I was hoping that by the end of this week, the Minecraft PSVR update would have gone live and I would have been able to stream 2 hours of Minecraft VR for you on this week's episode of Ian's VR Corner, which of course will be streamed live here and on twitch.tv/EGX2 because it is EGX week, of course. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't think it's out, but fear not. I may not be able to show you Minecraft PSVR, but I can carry on with my my playthrough of Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, which is the last one was hilarious. I enjoyed it a lot. It was very scary, and I found out that you could stab zombies in the head with a spoon and kill them. So I'm happy about that. Okay. Oh, it was NMS Ninja found it under basic settings. Excellent. Good work. So yes, B Vargas is asking how to play, I think. So if you want to join in on this stream, you can play this absolutely free. The way to play and to join in absolutely free is in the video description. I've written it down, but go to stadia.google.com, create an account. You will have to put in your card details, your credit card details. As soon as you've created an account, go to your settings. In the settings, go to subscriptions, untick the box that says auto renewal, and you will never get charged but you will be given a month free trial period for Stadia. So you'll be able to join in just like Ninja Nico is doing, just like Solo May is doing, just like Panky39 is doing, and just like the 40 other players are doing right now. You may like Stadia and you may want to carry on with your subscription. I would never use it apart from this, so I cancelled mine straight away. But I've had 3 months of Stadia right now, and I've had quite a few very fun battles on this. So, you know, there are a lot of Stadia fans. I just wish more of them played this game, because it takes a long time to find a match when you're not doing private battles. But we've got loads of awesome community members in this one right now, so I might as well kick it off. How often do you stream this game? Says Zeus. I've streamed it once a week for the last 3 weeks. I normally stream it on my personal YouTube channel, youtube.com/platform32. My final week of membership is next week, so I'll probably stream it one more time, and then I probably won't stream it again until it comes to like PlayStation or something like that. But welcome to Biscuit Vapes, who has taken us up to 44 players. There's still room for 20 people to join if some of you lovelies here or over on EGX2 want to come and join. Once you've signed up and got your membership and everything, and then cancelled auto renewal, all you need to do is go to private match, find game, and search for the room number 124088. Anyway, let's do a Bomberman. There's Randall thinks that the Stadia account is about £8.99 a month. B. Vargas says Stadia is not supported in my country. Oh, nuts! I did not know that there was regional things with it. That's a bummer. Sorry about that, B. Vargas. Get Aoife and Zoe in on this for a stream once too, says Nightcap. I'll give it a try, but Zoe's off on holiday next week, so she won't be around to join in any streams. And the week after, if we do we're going to get Dicebreaker in for a stream, and we're going to stream Among Us. Team Eurogamer against Team Dicebreaker. Well, I think it's all against all, isn't it, in Among Us? Okay, I'm in with the Fergmeister, Franktastic, and Blazing Phoenix. Very, very competent combatants, and they are going to be some ferocious opposition. That's for sure. Hopefully I'll get some good items. So far, I've had some okay items. I could do with another bomb, but I do have bomb kick and a speedy boots, so I will at least be able to get myself out of a sticky situation by kicking a bomb if needs be. Shit. Oh, fuck! Oh, ball bags. I don't know why I thought I was the Fergmeister then. Dang it. I think I was, whenever I play this game or stream this game, I start off really well, and as the stream goes, my Bomberman powers start to reduce. They start to wither. So as we've got fewer players now than we did when we played with 50, there are now less screens on either side. But when we first started playing, there was 8. There was 8 on either side, and it was... oh my god! Someone just... Holy crap. Oh, I'd love that extra life, thanks. Fuck! Tits! Damn it. I got greedy. I went for what I did there was I went for the extra life. I think Ninja Nico got the extra life. And then I panicked, and I didn't have enough thinking time to have left to avoid the bombs. Oh, well, there goes Ninja Nico. Ninja Nico's out and redropped that extra life. So yeah, when you die, if you're not familiar with Bomberman, when you die, all the items that you picked up... Oh, Fergmeister is trapped and dead. Fergmeister is out. Wrangle's still alive there. And Zeus. Wrangle and Zeus are Bomberman pros, allegedly. Look at the speed at which Zeus is throwing those bombs around. It's crazy. Oh, I've never seen such ferocious bomb flicking than what is coming out of Zeus's front end. What? Who have we got in this room? Carl Richardson as a murderous bunny. No, Carl Richardson is Red Bomb Man, top right. Who is Murder Bunny? I can't. Oh, Murder Bunny's trapped in. I can't. Oh, Carl Richardson's dead and Murder Bunny's dead. Zeppy's there. Cam's there. We've got D. Randall. Jeff Gibbs. Hello, Jeff Gibbs. Wesley Snipes down the bottom. That's room 5. What's going on in room 4? Lots of people in room 4. Izzo, Dragon Botherer, D&B, Mike Ale. Space Uppercopter and Panky 39 in that room. Oh, who was that there? Panky 39 got hit there. Down 8, we've got SK Gamer, Zeus, Aegis, Bennett's Platypi, Bot Matrix there. And then room number 9, Franktastic, Rangel, Haplo, and Ciro. Anything to play for in this room? No blocks left at all in this room. Boom, boom, boom. So many explosions. Oh my god! That explosion just wiped out Ciro. Haplo is back though. Haplo had an extra life. That was a catastrophic explosion for Ciro. Oh! Who was it? Franktastic got hit by the bomb at the last minute then. This is the danger zone. 2 more rooms left now. Wesley Snipes, Bot Matrix, Rangel, Franktastic settling in here. Cam's settling in here. So's Jeff Gibbs. And D&B, the 6 in each room, I think. Bloody hell, look at this. Oh my god, people are just getting, like, owned by bombs left. So many explosions. It's a good job I didn't survive this long, to be honest. I don't think I could cope. It's too much going on and I'm too tired. Turns out being overtired is not good for Bomberman concentration. So there's 4 down and this one. Still 5 people in here. Space Uppercopter, Bennett's Platypi, Zeus just going on the crazy bomb kick spree again. Mike Hale just chilling in the corner. Mike Hale don't give a shit. Mike Hale's like, yeah, leave me alone. I'm fine. Oh, Mike Hale! Mike Hale has gone to Mike Jail. Zeus took a hit though. Bot Matrix is still around. Space Uppercopter throwing some bombs. I feel like Zeus ends up killing themselves more than anyone kills Zeus. Space Uppercopter picking up an extra life. Bot Matrix nearly trapped in Space Uppercopter then, but it wouldn't have mattered because it was the end of the round and all the bombs disappeared. Okay, we've got the final round here. Everyone's moving into room 5, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. Wesley Snipes, Zeus, Space Uppercopter, Bennett's Platypi. Oh, look at this. This is chaos. Zeus is out. Bennett's Platypi is out. Bot Matrix is still in. Space Uppercopter came back to life. Rangel's still in it. Oh my god, Wesley Snipes hit by a bomb. Can Wesley Snipes escape? He can. Does Randall just took themselves out with it? No, Rangel took themselves out with their own thrown bomb, I think. Bot Matrix doing some throws. Space Uppercopter, classic move there. Space Uppercopter kicked or punched the thrown bomb just as it was reaching the end of its fuse and took out the other player. Bot Matrix still throwing stuff. Space Uppercopter biding their time to kick another one over. None of these 3 have won a match yet on stream. On this stream at least. Space Uppercopter's gone! Space Uppercopter's back. Who died then? It was Randall again. Or Rangel. It's Bot Matrix and Space Uppercopter. Space Uppercopter gets hit! Space Uppercopter's coming back with 1 extra life as the arena starts shrieking! Space Uppercopter ran into the flames, leaving Bot Matrix, the little spaceship-headed genius, as the winner. Well done, Bot Matrix, you little legend. Well done indeed. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, John replied. He says, don't think Tom will appreciate me missing a cue while playing Bomberman, says John. Oh, well, everyone really appreciates the hard work you've been doing, keeping everything running nice and smoothly, John. If you're still listening to me, thank you so much for, being the absolute legend behind the scenes and keeping everything going. But I won't tell Tom if you don't. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. We're down to 37 players now. If you do want to join in, I am streaming this game for another 30 minutes. So there is time for you to join if you want. I'm going to give it a couple of minutes just in case people want to join again. But but for a second I'm having a little drink of caffeine just to keep me awake. I actually probably, like I said earlier, that I'm going to go get some lovely takeout ale, and I'm going to have a takeaway and play some Super Mario and stuff. But I have a feeling after one pint of my takeaway, I'm just going to be like, The problem I have with my insomnia at the moment is it's not really getting to sleep. Like, my insomnia, it varies. Sometimes I can't get to sleep for shit. At the moment, I can get to sleep fine. But for some reason, after 2 hours of sleep, I just wake up. And then I cannot, for the life of me, get back to sleep again. And I'm just like there for 3 hours in the middle of the night. Nothing going on. Going, oh, I can't see. And then about 5 or 6 in the morning, I suddenly fall asleep. And next thing I know, it's because I've had like little chunks of broken sleep, I just don't feel rested at all. But anyway, that's enough about me complaining. Hello to Oni-Yan, who's just joined. Or Oni-Yan. Welcome, Oni-Yan. Thank you for coming along and joining us. You are very welcome. Oh, I really do need to download the Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War beta as well. We love you, John, says Elvis Press Play in the comments. Yeah. Yeah, we do. For real, though, that plan of takeout, ale and curry sounds so fucking good right now, says Alex Samaras. And don't forget, Switch with Super Mario 3D All-Stars. Can't wait. I cannot wait to play Super Mario 64. I do on my personal channel, Platform 32. I haven't done it for a while, actually. Retro games on retro hardware. I stream like old games on old consoles, basically. It's just, you could probably tell that from the name. And I really wanted to stream. I got my heart set on streaming some Super Mario 64 on my N64. And then I set it all up, and my N64 just doesn't turn on anymore. It died. So I need to buy myself a new N64. Hello, Salo May 9, back again. Welcome. That's 40 of us. I might as well join. I might as well start then, I think. Hello, TCN, as well. Thanks for that link, Gavin. Okay, right. We've got 40 people, so let's kick it off. Might want to check for narcolepsy. Sounds like my problem. I thought narcolepsy was when you fall asleep randomly all the time, but I don't know. That's I'm not a doctor. But yeah, it's not the best of things at the best of times. But when you're having to work the weekends as well, I can't just sit in your pants going and having micro naps on the sofa. It can get a bit tiring. But anyway, here we go. Hello to all 355 people watching right now on Eurogamer's YouTube channel. You are absolute legends for joining me here live on Eurogamer on this Saturday of EGX Digital. EGX Digital's nearly over. We've got 1 day left. Tomorrow is the last day of EGX Digital. The last Eurogamer stream from us happens tomorrow from 2 p.m. till 4 p.m. That's me doing a live episode of my VR Corner series every Sunday on Eurogamer's YouTube channel. This one you're watching right now. I cover VR games because I absolutely love VR, and I want to share my love for VR. I think it's amazing, and I've had some of the best video gaming experiences of my life in VR. Just the things it can do and the immersion it can bring when a game gets it just right. It's just unlike anything else I've ever played, and it kind of feels like the gaming of the future that I imagined. Fuck! When I was a child. Damn it! I can't believe I trapped myself in again. What a noob. Bot Matrix, Wesley Snipes, and someone at the top is in with me. Zeppy. Hello. No need to attack me. I'm going to do all the damage by myself, I think. But yeah, that's every Sunday. If you like VR games, or if you're interested in VR and you want to know, or maybe you just bought a VR thing, There's a huge Ian's VR Corner playlist with loads of VR coverage in there, showing off some great games, some poop games, some crazy VR mods like Grand Theft Auto VR mod I did, which was really good fun. Did a couple of videos of the Grand Theft Auto VR mod. Looks like a busy room. No, I'll stay in here. Who's in here? Ninjas and Such is in here. Someone Blazing Phoenix is up here. D. Randall, Ben Eats Platypie. There's a lot of people in this room. I don't fancy my chances. Not with one life left. Oh, fuck. Well, I wasn't the first to get exploded. Whoever got exploded there, it was D. Randall got exploded there. They are not dead. But they are not... Fuck. They don't have 2 lives either. Like me, they are down to just one single solitary life. Oh, shit. Someone just went flying. Not dead, though. Oh, you... Oh! Who was that just... Whoever just tried to trap me in there absolutely fucked themselves over doing that. They mugged themselves off completely. Someone else just got killed, potentially by one of my bombs. I think Ninjas and Such got hit by the tail end of one of my bombs then. Okay, it's movement time again. I am in a safe zone. Which one am I? I'm in that one. Lots of people going to the room to the right. Room number 5 has a bonus block in. So lots of people going to that one. I don't know. Yeah, fuck it. I'll risk it. I'll risk the bonus room. Oh, God. There's people throwing bombs over walls. That's not a... Oh. Wrangle's got a Louis. I just picked up a parrot that will allow me to kick bombs out of the way. Which is always... Woo! I hate the bouncy bomb. I'm not even going to get the bouncy bomb power up because I'll end up screwing my... Fuck! I ran into my own explosion. My own explosion. Damn it! I'm not gonna win one now. Once again, got myself killed, says Franklin Arts. Thanks for putting in the Ian's VR Corner playlist, Nightcat. Okay, here we go. Right, when I'm 64 bits, Wrangle, Solo May 9, and when I'm 64 bits, are hanging around in room number 5. Where I basically did myself in on that one. Regis? Is that? Aegis? Regis has joined. Oniyan's there. Everyone's having a bit of a swap. I think they're trying to get even numbers in each room. So we've got Wrangle, Fergmeister, Solo May, 164 bits, and Plum. Plum absolutely did Fergmeister in there with bombs thrown over the wall. Oh! Solo, Tomato... Name lady dead. There's an extra life down there for Wrangle to get. Let's go over to the other room. There's only 2 people alive in here. Oh my god! I don't know what I missed in this room, but there was like 5 people in this room at the start, and now just Aegis owning the battle. Regis even owning the battlefield. Well done, Regis. Look at that! Get that extra life, Regis. Hoover it up before anyone else gets it, and then yeah, there you go. 2 people left in this room now as well. Wrangle and Plum. Oh, okay. Looks like the Louise can dash. I didn't know the Louise could dash. I don't get the Louise very often, and when I do, they end up dying straight away because I'm very uncoordinated. So Plum, I think, and Wrangle are pro Stadia Bomberman players. Not sure about Regis, but it's just these 3 in the final. Who's going to win? I don't think any of these have won yet. Oh my god. I was taking a drink and Plum and Regis both took it. Regis is trapped in getting there, Regis! Oh, you lucky little... Regis just missed getting, like, trapped in completely. Wrangle kicking bombs at Plum. Oh, Wrangle's Louis took a bomb to face. There's an extra life there if anyone wants it. Oh! Regis is out. It's down to Plum and Wrangle. Plum's going for the throw. The carries and throws. No, Wrangle's going for the carries and throws. Plum has bouncing bombs. Oh, Wrangle's nearly trapped in. That bouncing bomb is really hard to predict where it's going to end up. Oh, nice! excellent placement of the bomb there. Allowed Wrangle to take Plum out with a chain reaction. Plum throwing bombs over the walls again to try and catch Wrangle out with an explosion from behind. The walls are closing. And there we go. Wrangle wins. Well done, Wrangle. Breakaway bomber finally won one of the custom matches. Well done, Wrangle. Well done indeed. Look at that happy little face there. Come on, controller. Link. Do-do-do-do-do. Not much longer left on this live stream. If you do want to join in, you've got 23 minutes to try your luck to see if you can be the one that makes me say really loud when I get blown up. All the details you need to sign up and play for free are in the video description right below me if you're watching on youtube.com/Eurogamer. If you've never seen this channel before and you've just stumbled across it because of EGX Digital or EGXPAX.com's websites, come along, do subscribe. We do daily videos here. They're not always live streams. We're live streaming. We've been live streaming all the way through PAX EGX because that's what we do. It's a big digital extravaganza with loads of live streams and things. But when PAX Digital isn't on, we have live streams as well. But we also do edited videos, we do list videos, we do previews, we do let's plays, and everything has this lovely little sprinkle of chaos over the top of it. You never know really what you're gonna get when you play, when you watch a Eurogamer video. They're always the only thing you can count on is shenanigans. Some people say we're the Guardians of the Galaxy to Outside Xbox's Avengers, which kind of works for me. Although I kind of think me, Zoe and Aoife are basically more Outside Xbox are Avengers and we're just three Deadpools because we're filthy and violent and annoying. Hello, Mineral's back. Please don't go into the menus again, Mineral. Right, I'm going to begin the battle because we're running out of time and there are 39 people here. Let's get it going. I'm getting progressively better each time and loving every minute of it. Thanks, crowds, as Elvis press play. Well done. Yes, practice makes perfect. Or in my case, you can start off well and slowly go downhill, which is definitely what's been happening this stream. Ian will win this one. Here is a Bomberman thingy. Please like and subscribe to Eurogamer. That's right, daily videos for you. All about video games. Some of them will have my songs in. Some of them won't, so don't worry if you don't like songs. I'm going to try and catch a grape in my mouth. Oh, fuck, no, whoops. Okay, I'm in with 64 bits and Zeppy. Your Outside Xbox After Dark and Platform 32 is Eurogamer After Dark, says Angel Pete. Yes, sounds about right. Meow, 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 meow. What? Look at when I'm 64 bits up there doing pirouettes, like picking up all the goodies and showing off. I haven't got any. There we go. Here we go. Yeah, so you can play that game. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay, I'll place that bomb and now I'll throw up. I might throw up in a minute. I'll blow up 3 blocks. Maybe uncover some goodies. Not yet, though. Oh, yeah, there's one for me. Thanks. Oh, butts. Oh, when I'm 64 bits. Oh, Zeppy gets a bomb at when I'm 64 bits. And when I'm 64 bits didn't even register it. They were like, wait, what is that that's just landed by my... Boom! All right, what room am I in? I'm in room number 2. There are 4 people in room number 2. It's probably sensible to go to a room where there are fewer people. Oh, fuck. Oh! 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 Everything about this is bad. I don't know how I didn't get hurt there. In this, I can't even words. I was so scared then. Boom, bam, boom. How neither I nor Wabzillis got exploded then is beyond me. Oh, Wabzillis did just get hit though. Oh, and so did whoever the hell was next to me. I didn't see it. There's Elvis. Press play. Running around with his little murderous bunny outfit on. Oh, some fuck! Someone else just got taken out by my bomb. I'm a bit on a murder spree now. Sorry, whoever I just murdered. Okay, I've got 5 fire, 5 bombs, 5 speedy feet, and 1 punch glove. Right, I want to chill. I want to chill. Where's a room with fewer people? There's lots of people in each room. What about this one? No, there's fuckloads of people in this one. Oh shit! Okay, wow. Oh god damn it. Oh crikey! Who was below me then? They got blown up. Blazing Phoenix took a huge explosion to the face. Fuck. What happens when the bombs are on the walls? I don't actually know. Oh, they just do tiny weeny little babby explosions. Okay, that's good. There's so much happening. I can't process. Oh, stop! Zeppy! 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 Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Oh, Zeppy! I didn't... Zeppy. I can't process. Like, when the... Tajatsu! Zeppy! It's not Zeppy either, it's Zeus! Damn it! Fuck! I can't... It's too much. My brain just doesn't work that fast. It's not Zeus, it's Zeppy. No, it's not Zeppy, it's Zeus. Oh, fuck. Don't go in a room with Zeus if you don't have the brain speed of a tiny child or a robot. Okay, room 4 is Ninjas and Such and Wrangle and Franktastic. Hello, Franktastic. Love your spooky Silent Hill nurse Bomberman there. Very good. She looks like she has a butt for a face. Who's in the other room? Room 5 is Regis. It's SK Gamer, it's D&B, and it's Zeus. I can't even... What is... How did... I can't even look at Zeus, it confuses me. Wrangle and Fantastic going down. Sorry about the headphone screams, everyone. Oh, okay. Wrangle. Oh, fuck. Okay, I think Ninjas and Such. I think that was Ninjas and Such that just got exploded. Wrangle's got 2 lives. Franktastic only has 1. 2 people left in 5. And everyone's moving into 5 now. It looks like Zeus probably killed themselves again. That's my bet. I think that's Zeus's tactic, is to just, like, destroy everyone's brains and hope that they confuse people to death before they accidentally kill themselves. Wrangle traps D&B in. D&B manages to punch the bombs over the walls and escape. Oh my god, that was so lucky. Well played, D&B, with that escape. Oh, Wrangle, though, was not finished with D&B and managed to trap them in again and completely wipe them out. It's now Wrangle, Regis and Franktastic left. Franktastic tucked away there. Schnaffling but walked into the explosion of a spike bomb. Probably got confused. The spike bombs go through all the way through the stone walls. Stone walls don't stop spike bombs, so they're very good for taking people out early on in matches when there's loads of spike bombs. Regis is out. No? Who was that was out? I can't remember. But it's Wrangle and Regis next. Left. Oh, Regis just took a hit. Regis with 1 life. Wrangle with 2. The time is running out, though. Wrangle hit. It's 1-1. Everyone's in it to win it now. So many explosions going off. Wrangle is in a very dangerous position because the blocks are going to drop down right there. He's moved out of the way. A huge selection of spiky bombs there. I can't keep up. I don't know how these guys are keeping up. Boom! Wrangle's a tiger. Wrangle with the 2nd win. The only person on this stream to have won twice. Well done, Wrangle. Well done. Indeed. Boop, 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 boop. Wrangle and Regis are twins, by the way. Oh my god. Well, now they're enemies as well. They're twins with a grudge now. Okay, we've got 15 minutes left on this Super Bomberman R online live stream. This has been excellent fun. I hope you've all enjoyed watching it and playing in it as much as I've enjoyed hosting it. This is such a fun game. When you get a load of people playing it, it's absolute utter chaos, and sometimes it's rage-inducing as well, as a good Bomberman game is. But the way they've brought the Battle Royale, they've just subtly brought in the Battle Royale shrinking playfield mechanics into Bomberman, and it works very well indeed. Very, very good game, and one that I hope will come to other platforms as well, so more people can experience it. Because yeah, it is. It feels like no one really knows it exists on the Stadia. Da 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 dum 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 bum bum bum. Sailor May's back in the room. Hey, Sailor May. Oh, we got. I don't think I've said Alexander 1978's name before. Welcome, Alexander 1978, to the craziness. We got 35 people left and only 12 minutes left on the stream. So let's just get cracking. See if we can get a couple of matches. See if we can get 2 more matches in. I got to final. That'll do me as a space octopter. So did I. I got 2nd place. That's the best I've done this stream. Oh, hold on. Wesley Snipes is sniping the menus at the moment. I'll give you 30 seconds, Wesley. My controller disconnected and wouldn't reconnect, and I need a break, so I think it's time to quit, says Who ND. Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Cam says I have to change my t-shirt after this stream. I'm soaking with sweat. I'm actually not too bad today, but sometimes this game makes me get very sweaty hands. Being able to join in on the game while it's being streamed is a new form of entertainment. Who needs hoverboards and flying cabs when you can join in and swearing at Bomberman, says Javier Gonzalez. Indeed, Javier. Indeed. Fair play. Well, thank you very much for playing with us. Wesley Snipes, this is your 15-second warning. Wesley Snipes, it's time for you to either do a kick or I am gonna kick you. It's goodbye to Wesley Snipes. Boo boo. Let's get it on and do a win. Ha ha ha. Right. No more singing. Nightcat says, from what I can tell, you can buy this outright for £10 and use the free version of Stadia to play whenever. Tempting, but there's just not. There's not an audience on Stadia for this game. It's just like the same 20 people that play it over and over again on public, and that's about it. I'd prefer to wait until it comes out on something like PlayStation and buy it on that, where there's like a big audience. Right, here we go. Gonna win this one, defo. Oh no, I'm not. I'm in a room with Zeus. God dang it! Do a little dance. Make a little love. Fantastic tonight. Well, I've started in a room with absolutely 0 power-ups, so that's exciting. Oh, I've got speedy boots, speedy shoes, and a bit of a flame. Don't mind if I do. Oh, look at Zeus is just getting all the power. What? Where's all my power-ups? Oh, fantastic! Nearly got stuck in. Oh, Zeus! I nearly trapped Zeus, and that would have been. Oh, fuck! No! Neon! I nearly called myself my brother's name for some reason. I got teleported back to the fucking 90s playing Super Bomberman on the Super Nintendo against my brother. Oh, shite. Can't. No, Zeus! Bad Zeus, a bad Zeus, a bad Zeus, a bad Zeus. Where am I going? This way? This one? There's only 3 people. Yeah, I'll stick around in here. D. Randall and his eye. Oh, Rabzillis is just put to fuck off. Like it said, oh, Dead Randall, you bastard! Can't believe it. Just as I was laughing at how Des Randall fucked themselves over, they gave one little cheeky toss and mugged me off. God damn it. Well, Wabzillis, Des Randall, and Izzo is still alive. Izzo got hit by a bomb there. Who's in room number 2? Space Uppercopter Cam nearly got trapped in but managed to kick it away. I would have been alright if I'd have had a power-up of some kind. But I had nothing. I had rubbish. It was rubbish. The loot gods hated me. Oh, nice kill there from Cam. Oh, someone else just died there. Wrangle and Elvis press play. Together, forever, he's gonna kill you. Oh no, you might be alright. Down in this bottom room, there's 5 people running around here. Oni Yan, Regis, SK Gamer, there's Zappy, D&B, Fergmeister. Ooh, loads of people in here. Bwang's in here. Oh my god, I didn't see who that was in the corner that just got blown up, but someone got obliterated there. What else have we got here? Jeff Gibbs in the centre there. Ninjas and such. Mineral, there's Mineral. Hey, Mineral. Blazing Phoenix dropping some bombs. Oh gosh, oh, I think Mineral just died. I don't know who died at the bottom there, but 2 people just died at once. Oh, I just oh, fucking hell. What the hell? What? I just came onto this room and everybody died. Space Uppercopter and Cam at least had extra lives, so they're still okay. Whoa, Space Uppercopter still around. Space Uppercopter is still alive and kicking. Did a little tantrum though. And room 5, there's Rango and Elvis press play as well. Did you win even once, Ian? Says Fabian Laban. Not on this stream. I won a few times on when I've streamed this on Platform 32, which is my personal YouTube channel, and I've won off stream once. Okay, Oniyan, Aegis, Bwang, Jeff Gibbs, and now. Oh! Oniyan has gone. No, Oniyan has still got an extra life. And who's in this room? Ciro, Fergmeister, Wrangle, and Blazing Phoenix. There's a lot of the play area has been destroyed already. Blazing Phoenix took a bomb to the face. Oh my god, Wrangle is really good with the thrown bomb placement. Ooh, shit, son, you're dead. Blazing Phoenix down to 1 life. So 3 there. Someone has died in here as well. We've got Regis, Oniyan, and Bwang. Bwang's out! Bwang out with a Bwang there. Oniyan. Oh, nearly trapping Regis in. Okay, everyone's moving over to room 5 now. 5 people left. It's Fergmeister, Regis, Wrangle. The twins are in. Blazing Phoenix. And Oniyan down there as well. Don't get squooshed by the blocks, Blazing Phoenix. Oh, Wrangle throwing the bombs in on Blazing Phoenix straight away. Oh, and Oniyan's gone as well. Oniyan had an extra life though. You've really got to be careful of the corners in those in these final rounds. Someone's got a lot of bombs and a throw power. You can just get instant. Oh Christ! Okay, it's twin on twin action here. I've not seen twin on twin action for a while. Oh my god! Okay, Wrangle hit Regis. Regis is down to 1 life. Wrangle's won twice now. Will they be able to give Regis a go? Or is Regis... Oh, Regis takes out Wrangle! Oh my god. There's gonna be some silent stares. They're probably going to do that thing where they paint a white line down the middle of their bedroom. Oh no! Regis is out. Wrangle wins again. Incredible. Well, unfortunately, my friends, I don't think there's time for another match because it is now 4:56. But oh wow, that flew by. Those 2 hours flew by. That was incredible fun. Really enjoyed that. Thanks to everyone who played, including Franktastic, Aini Yan, Dragon Botherer, Bakerboy88, Carrichson, Vandal, SK Gamer, Zero, Ninja Nico, DMB, Boang, Panky39, Zappy, Cam, Octanion, 8 Onions, Regis, Izzo, Wrangle, Wabzilis, Blazing Phoenix, Alexandra 1978, Jeff Gibbs, Hatplo, Elvis Pressplay, 164 Bits, Pen Eats, Platter Pie, Ninjas and Such, Zeus, the Fergmeister, D. Randall, Space Apocopter, Accolade Cola, and Platform 32, that's me, that is, and everyone else who's joined in. We had up to 50 players at one point. It was awesome, so chaotic. I really enjoyed that. Hope you enjoyed watching this too. Big thanks to the mods, Nightcat and Gavin, for sharing links and keeping everyone safe. If you've just stumbled across this channel, this is Eurogamer's YouTube channel. You may recognise the name Eurogamer from the website, youtube.com/Eurogamer, or the video game expo EGX, Eurogamer Expo. It is running for one more day. Oh, well, it's running for today as well. Eurogamer PAX EGX is still going all the way through 24 hours. There's plenty more streams coming up. I'm not 100% sure. So, okay, yeah, in half an hour's time on EGX1 and on Outside Xbox's YouTube channel, they will be doing the daily wrap for today. So you'll be able to find out who won the competition that Zoe and I set you yesterday. You'll be able to find out which one of you lucky people out there won a swag bag, a Bago swag, and then you'll also be able to find out what Outside Xbox or Outside Extra, whoever's hosting it, have been up to during the day at PAX EGX. I will be back tomorrow from 2 p.m. till 4 p.m. and unless the secret Minecraft VR update, not secret, surprise Minecraft VR PSVR update has dropped, if it hasn't dropped, I will be doing more Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. I'm already 2 hours into the game, so things are going to get super hectic, super scary, and there's going to be some NPCs to absolutely screw over as well. So yeah, thank you so much everybody for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you had a good time, and I will see you tomorrow on Eurogamer. Goodbye everyone. Kabowie!